This just in, I realized that my pants are stained. My pants are stained. They have been stained with hot sauce. I should say that quicker, huh? Yeah, my pants are dirty. They're dirty. My pants are so dirty. I got ketchup on them. But yeah, I did get... Okay, I know exactly what pair of pants these are. Because this happened recently. Because I did my... No, just leave it. No. I'm PG here, so... I can't leave open interpretation. I can't trust them. My chat cannot be trusted with such a thing. I cannot forget, or I cannot condemn them to such a fate. How's everybody doing? Jesus. I woke up today and I was like, man, we're playing a new game today. We're playing Stafford Case. And I don't want to talk about Stafford Case until later. But I was just like, damn, there's no more Disco Elysium. How long was Disco Elysium? 9 episodes? 9 streams of just tomfoolery. It's weird because I thought I'd be able to move on a lot quicker from Disco Elysium than like not any other game, but like regularly, you know what I mean? I've done like I don't know how many games I played at this point. Like 10, 12 game series. You know, it's one of those like one in, you know, oh, that's it. Time to go next. But Disco Elysium, it exists no more. Also because I was really tired this morning. I was the kind of tired where I would have fallen back asleep. If I wasn't like, I need a stream today. Woke up at 10. Went downstairs, ate breakfast, came back up, took a shower. All of that took like the span of 2 hours for some reason. And now we're here. I was even late. I was late by like a couple minutes. Which is ass. That sucks. But you know. There's things that I wanted to set up for today that were just like, this is not happening. It's not happening. Even though I should have done it last night. The main reason why I'm so tired is because last night, me and my brother were just up playing Monster Hunter. I'm still looking for this sane gem. And I think that's it. That's all I need. That one sane gem, I'll be good. If you don't know Monster Hunter, then it's whatever. Hey, you don't know what I'm talking about. That same damn, really. I still need one. I got my challenger gems. I still just need one. I need one more sane gen. I only got one. I need 2. So yeah. That'll be, but that's an after stream thought. You know. Oh my god, I sound congested too. I'm gonna go insane for these sane gem. I don't get it, you know? I sit here, me and Oni were like looking through our quests, we're like, you got any good blue ones? And he's like, I got one that has 5, and I'm like, that's the best we're gonna get. We fight Temper Arcvault 10 times. And they're like, did you get it? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, go next. We fought so many Arcvault. It's crazy. He's the single, like, he has the single, like, most recognizable, like, moveset now for me. Because I'm just like, oh, he's gonna do the thing where he throws all of his chains in front of him. Oh, he's gonna do the thing where he shoots the lasers out of his chains into the ground. Oh, he's gonna do the thing where he tries to aim for somebody and it's gonna smack down one time and then it's gonna smack down another time because he has 2 chains on each side. That fight has become really easy, especially because I've just been getting stronger. Those 2 challenger gems, which give agitator, are amazing. I really needed those. Those like increased my DPS by like a fuck ton. I'd say like a solid almost 50%. I'd say like a 30%, 40% damage increase. It's wild. I've never seen a gun do 60 damage per bullet. My heavy bowgun just started fucking and I'm like, oh, it's doing so much damage. And then Oni's over there with a sword and shield, just like, get mad, stay mad. I'm just realizing this now. I'm like super congested today for some reason. Oh my god. I feel like, oh god, that isn't good. Not for today's stream. Hold on, give me 1 second. And then there's like Exploiter, right? Which is also really nice. My heavy bowgun build is basically almost done. Almost, if not already done. I just gotta upgrade my weapon. And then I gotta... What else is there? Upgrade my weapon and then... What else? Get that last gem. And that's it. I think I have all my decorations already, except for like the very specific weapon ones. I'll become very strong. And then I'll be like, maybe it's time to pick up another weapon. Who knows? But yeah. Like I say though, that's for after stream. That's an after stream thought. Because I don't play Monster Hunter on stream. Unfortunately. Today is a day. I don't have any conversations for today. I'll be honest. I can't think of anything. That's not Monster Hunter related, I mean. I'm having that little phase again. I do this thing where I'm like, man. This game is new. My brother bought it for me. I should be playing it, and I played it. I played it for 2 days, and I'm like, okay, I got to get back to work. Maybe I'll play this on my free time. That free time just happened to be like a month later. I realized like it's been a month since the game first came out. Also, like for the longest time, Monster Hunter like ran like shit for me, and I just dealt with it because I was like, man, my PC shit anyway, or my machine's crappy anyway, so whatever, you know. And then I'm like, I should update my drivers, and then I updated them, and then suddenly it started being good. So I'm like, okay. Also, it's weird because I don't know how accurate the Steam FPS counter is. I don't know if is it gonna show up during the stream today. People might see it, and I might have to turn it off. But when I turned on the game after I updated my drivers, I had my FPS capped at 30. And then, but when I turned on the game, it was at 60. And then I'm like, that's weird. And then I'm like, maybe I could do 60. And then I capped it to 60. And then it went up to 90. So I'm like, weird. But it's working. So I'm like, this is fine. So my PC is working. I just can't stream it because I don't... It's literally because I don't have enough memory for it. I think a lot of my issues right now could be solved if I had had more RAM. I just still what did I say? How much? I remember bringing this up on stream a couple ago, but how much is it's like 100? Is it 100 for an SSD? R M M R R15. What is an Aurora? I don't know what an Aurora is. I don't think R is the right one. I think those are the PCs. Are these... Is this the one? A better R1... So you can't upgrade those. Alright. Let me just check again. Maximum memory is 32. That's fine. Storage... We're all... I don't know what that means. Oh, they give me one. So, if I wanted a 2 tera SSD, there are no available retailers. Heard. Maybe I can find another one? Yes. Okay, yeah. If I look on Amazon for this, how much would it be? Hypothetically. 130. 130 to 200, it looks like. Damn. It's not... Honestly, it is worth it, right? Not bad. So that much for an SSD and then new memory. I just need another 16 stick of memory. That's the max upgrade I can get before I just straight up have to get a new system. Where the hell is it? Oh, is it DRAM? That's what it is. I'm still looking at the 16 RAM. That is gonna be... That is $30. $30 for more RAM? You kidding me with that? My reaction makes it seem like it's expensive. It's not. It's way cheaper than the SSD. Maybe I should just get RAM. Just get the RAM. Like, I almost have enough to just get it out the way. I mean, I'm set for games for the next little bit, right? Hold up. I'm budgeting on stream. Live on stream. Hold up. The only thing that I'd be worried about is Tuesdays. I can make Thursdays work well enough for, like, the next, like, half a year, basically. At least, I know. And it's way more than half a year. I just can't give a better estimate than that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Live on stream budgeting. Budgeting my expenses right now. Hold up. The only days that I'd be super worried about will be Tuesdays, right? I still don't have a lot of Tuesdays. Whoops. Freudian slip, am I right? Sorry. I don't know what that was. Yeah. Tuesdays. I still don't know what to play for Tuesdays. I mean, I'm still playing Alliance Alive, right? But I basically ran through my entire... Once Alliance Alive is done, I've run through my entire library of games that I bought like a year ago. Which lasted me a pretty long time. Man, I can't believe it. A year to play all 3 games? If you don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I did buy another couple games just to play on Tuesdays. But yeah, I bought Amori, Is Origins, and Alliance Alive all at the same time in the same cart. Yeah. Did I play? Yeah, I played Fire Emblem before that. Yeah, like about a half a year, almost a year. That's fine. Good times. Good timing. Oh man, yeah. What do I play? Ugh, God. Budgeting. Live on stream. I got nothing. Oh, I have something. Wait. I have some things? I have some things. I know I have something in here. I know I do. It's just somewhere. I know it's somewhere. I just don't want to find it right now. But yeah. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe if I get that upgrade, I could stream Monster Hunter and it'd be cool and everybody would have a good time. And I'd be like, fuck this Zoshia. Zoshia is such a... He's such a ass. That guy. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Monster Hunter. Why am I still talking about it? Just know that if you ever hear the name Zoshia, be like, who's that? Weirdo. And yeah, he's a weirdo. But he'll blast you in the face with fire. And insta kill your team with one move. That was really funny. We had that exact thing happen yesterday. And we were like, we have 3 cards, it's probably fine. And then I'm like, oh shit, I died. Oh shit, he died. Oh shit, 3 of us died. The quest is over. Whoops. Now that's funny. Oh, is Dice Eater not on sale anymore? It's $5. Dice Eater is another game that I want to play. Shut up. It's mixed on Steam now, unfortunately. I don't know. I'll buy it if I'll probably buy it after we play Staffer, honestly. It's just one of those games that it's a part of the series. You know, continuity's sake. Game looks interesting. Game interesting? Game doesn't exist yet. You don't know what the game is yet. Expectations. I do love this game. Staffer case. I don't want to gush about it yet. Mainly because we're not at game playing time yet, but I can use my hand to Google things. Stop. You're gonna spoil yourself. I read that with like a certain amount of like animosity. Don't do that. I saw a bunch of Ah! You're spoiling yourself. God, what are you doing? This wasn't supposed to happen. This is a friendly rivalry. Well, I'm gonna strangle you. Is that animosity? Teehee. Sorry. I'm just realizing how like tired I am. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. That's rude. You keep your sad face to yourself. I'm the boss around here. What I say must go. But no, seriously, like I don't feel funny right now. I'll be frank. There's like so many things that I just like didn't do. Chat, sick 'em. My peons shall carry out my message. Strangle this man. Yeah, like there's a few things that I wanted to do for the stream because the context of the stream will be kind of different than how these streams usually go, which is I play game, funny man makes joke about game, you laugh or you don't laugh, and you leave. You know, that's always that's just always how it's been. But here's the thing about Stafford case, I've already played it. I've played through the entire thing. I've read it already. The only reason why I play it now is mainly because I want to play it on stream. I think playing games for stream, I realized this because I played this game when I was in call with the boys, and I was screen sharing it, and I'm just like, not to say that there's anything wrong with the boys, right? But we're not a very like we're not a group that's very into like sharing a single like activity and doing it for a long time. I'm thinking about the car one by one, and now I'm doing nothing. So I definitely. Now you're just in limbo. You're in rendering limbo. That's just what happens. You sit there like, okay, time to render. And then you're like, damn, this is gonna take like a couple. And then now you're just like wandering. The thing is, when I played it with the boys, right? I played it for the first time, so I didn't have any expectations for it. Rendering with blendering. That's fun. Getting those renders out. But I played because I had a project that I was working on where I was like, I don't really have a lot of reference for this. And Stafford case was kind of one of those references where I was like, it has a demo. It has a giant demo, I should say. That demo is gigantic. It is, you get to play the first 2 cases of the entire game. And that game only has 3 cases, or not 3, it only has 5 cases. I don't know why I said 3. There are only 5 cases in that game. You basically get to play half the game for free, which is wild. That is crazy. And then I played it and I'm like, damn, this is really good. And then I bought it and I'm like, damn, this is good. It very much feeds into the Phoenix, right? Like demographic, which is like, you have these characters, you have this world. There's, well, at least in Stafford case, there are these set rules and things that exist in this world that, you know, someone has to play around with. Maybe I should just buy the game and play it. It honestly, I'm only playing it for the unfortunate who don't have access to it. And this stream honestly is just me being selfish. Because aside from that, actually the other thing, the reason why I say this stream, I wanted this stream to be kind of, or this series to kind of be special, since I already played it, is a very special reason. I actually did want to do some reflecting on it. Damn, I forgot to render out Robins. Sorry, Robins. Yeah, I wanna reflect on the game today. So I wanted to do this whole thing where I had another scene where it was just me with a whiteboard and like a graduation cap reflection. Yes. What if I just do this? Wait, hold up. Teaching. What if I make... Oh, it's limbo. Make a video. Hell no. Hell no. If there's something that I have zero confidence in, it's that making. Oh my god, my everything. Hold up. Is I hope this isn't loud. Oh, sick. Strong reaction. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Gotta write a. No, man. I hate essays. I don't like essays. I understand the appeal of them. I just don't do them myself. Hold up. It might be loud. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's just never been my thing. Wait, these filters aren't different, right? Is me switching between these two different? Okay, they aren't. Yeah, it's just never really been my thing. Is it? Is it broken? Is my music broken? Let me at least hold up. They're just noise sometimes. That's exactly what they are. Sorry, video essayers. I can't hear it. I can't see it play. That's the issue. That's my issue. Hello, regular screen. Yeah, we're doing this right now. I'm like knee deep in it already. We're doing this. Let me just hi. Hello. We're doing this right now. I have to find a PNG of a classroom. Music is back, and then there it is gone. Yeah. It just happens when I switch scenes. Wait. Oh man, it was just working. You guys can't hear it because I have the music muted right now. But it's like straight up not playing, but I don't want it to play when it's like it just starts like blasting. Like that. Okay, it works. I just needed to unmute it. I was scared, alright? I was thinking of the people. OBS, but here, hi. Welcome to my void. You're in hell. Congratulations. You had a good time running through life, but your time's up. And you were selected to be here, so I hope you have a good time. There's not much you can expect here. What with my ears? Not that much of a loss. Trust me, it's a loss. it is a loss. As someone who like is starting to think he has like pretty significant hearing loss. Like it's just me and my tinnitus a lot of the time. A lot more hot men and women. What is you think this is a has-been hotel? Or I don't know. Biblically canon hell? No, man. It's just me. I am your hell. I need to find a PNG of just like a whiteboard. Whiteboard PNG. Has been what now? Has been hotel. It's a show. HAZBIN. It's a show that's like surrounded with. It's been surrounded by controversy, but my brother's a fan of it, so I'm like neutral on it, and I don't really care. Is this a PNG? This is a PNG, right? I just need to find like a good sizable PNG of a whiteboard. Yeah. That's what. Hold up. Back here. That's what. Hold up. Just give me a second. Goodbye, Staples. I really need to edit out that Robin's pic. Oh, it's animated. I am a fan of arts. Yeah, it's a fan art, or it's an animation. It's a musical. That's what has been is what. Fuck, I have to sort through all of these names. Botany 3, Botany 2, Botany 1, has been. That's what this one is based off of. Hello. Look at me in chat. Yeah. Let me just. Yeah. That's what this is based off of. If you search up Alistair. Yeah. 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 You, you know the shark? You know the shark? Sorry. You saying, why are you saying yeah? And I'm like, I just say it. Not for any particular reason. I just say it. Is that old now? Is the shark meme old? I'd be sad if I'm considered old for liking the shark meme. Are you German? No. I just say it. Like I only say it if it's like there's the very specific of like they're asking me like a question that I know I can answer like offhand. You know, like you spell out has been, right? And I'm like HAZBIN, like I just said. And if you typed out what I just said, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that. Yo. Also, you can't ask me that. I'm an anime boy. My ethnicity is unknown. I'm bird. Birth ethnically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, am I old for liking the... Am I old for liking the shark meme? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that? It was like, there's this guy who like went around with like a hand... it was like a sock puppet of a shark. And I don't know, sharks don't make noises. Right? So he was like, oh, what noise do I make the shark? And he just started doing this. Yeah. 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 Yeah, a you puppet. Yeah. A sock puppet, but it's like it's if you had metamorphosized into like a shark. It's like that. It's very fun. It's like when it's like I had like a skibbity toilet reaction to it at first because I'm like, ooh, what is this? This is weird. And then I like kept watching it and I'm like, you know what? this there's something to this. Oh god, it's so big. Whiteboard, you're gigantic. You know, it's one of those things where it's like you're like, I don't get this. This is weird. And then you watch it and you're like, I get it. Because Skibbity Toilet, right? It's something that's more popular with, you know, our youth. To the whiteboard. Yeah, sorry. I'm just getting this sorted out. This whiteboard's huge. You see how far I'm minimizing this? Or am I being stupid? I think I'm being dumb. Hold up. Come back here. What the fuck is happening? There you go. Oh my god. I think it was just moving the whiteboard instead of me minimizing it. It's the weirdest thing. Actually, I think I just wanted to be bare. Hello, gamers. I honestly could have just made a white screen for this, but we're here now. Should I just like... It doesn't even need to be the whiteboard. It just needs to be this. Welcome, children. You're in heaven now. This is the closest you're gonna get to me doing a video essay. Me in the corner, and then wait, hold up, and then I need to add. Explain text. Ba 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 ba. That's white. That's full white. I just. Oh my god, it's red. There you go. Yeah, I noticed this last night too. Like I was like, if I'm not thinking about anything, I like, and like someone tries to say something to me that I know only requires like one noise of like like of affirmation. What is the word? Like, or recognition. Like they're like, oh, Hase, something, something, something. And I'm like, yeah. I do that. Like, I was in a call with Hollow last night, and he was like, acknowledge? Yes, that's the word. Yes, acknowledgement. I don't know. I haven't been able to think of words recently either. But like Hollow last night, he was like, oh my god, hi, Hase. And I'm like, hello. Hello. And as soon as I said that, I thought about it, and I'm like, did I just say that? Because I hadn't thought about it, because I was just like, I was playing Monster Hunter, and I was just like, this fight. and then he was like, oh my god, Hase, hi. And I'm like, hi. I said hello. I legitimately, I like full on just said it. Okay, but yeah, this is good. This is good. Not Ariel though. I don't want Ariel. I want, wait, where's Peach Ass? I need Peach Ass. I downloaded this font called Peach Ass, and I use it now. Where is it? Peach Ass. Peach Ass. Peach, peach, peach. Peach. Yes. It didn't work. Peach Ass didn't work. Why why? It didn't work. What's the other one I downloaded then? There's another one I downloaded. Mario. Where is it? What is it called? I forget what it's called. No, I can't find it. When in doubt. When in doubt. When in doubt. There's always somebody in the world that'll keep me sane. It's one of one of those fallback fonts. So unironically hated that it's just ironic to use it now. Was good. This is a philosophy stream now. Welcome to Philosophy 101 with local philosopher Dodo, Hase Utahara. Can be a very... Today's lesson is one that was stated back all the way back in the Roman Empire. This is a quote from famed philosopher Aristotle. Comic Sans is the shit. It's really cool. He said both of those lines, and no one believed him. No one believed him until it was used in hit game Undertale back in 2014. When was Undertale a thing? Like, no, it was 15 probably. 15, 16? And now it is beloved across the world. It was good. But yeah, here we are. Welcome to the stream. This stream's gonna be weird. So, the reason for me having this... Oh, wait, yeah, there's one more thing I'm missing. Hold up. 1 second. Give me 1 second. There is one more piece of equipment I'm missing that I just need. Let me see if I can find it. Enlarge the scar. I get a cool, bigger scar. I was actually looking at my. I was looking at myself in the mirror, and I was like, man, it really sucks that my my cheek scar is like really faded. Like it's a really cool scar, but I got it when I was so young that it just started to like go with time. It's still there, right? But it's slowly fading, and then I'm like, oh well, whatever. And then I'm like, wait, hold up. I look on the other side of my cheek. I have like a little bit of acne scarring. I think I already. Yeah. You did. I probably forgot. Honestly, I probably forgot. Is this transparent? Or is this a fake transparent photo? Google, don't fuck with me now. I am not tired. I am congested and ready to rumble. What am I? Image. Cap. Ninja roll. No. That doesn't sound familiar, ninja roll. Do. Can I copy and paste this into this file? I can't. I don't know why I'm so congested today. I didn't think I would be. I woke up this morning being like, it's not that cold. And now I'm like, it's fucking freezing. It's not freezing, actually, but my body is telling me that. Also, oh man. It's a fake transparent image. I knew it. I knew you were fake. I knew you were fake. You're so fake. You're so fake. What the fuck? You kidding me with that shit? They did bamboozle me because it was such a big image. I didn't check. I couldn't see it when I checked. Shit. Just give me a stock image. Just one stock image. Why the hell is there no stock image? PNG. Is this transparent? Where is all the transparency? What? I didn't think it'd be this hard to find a transparent photo of this. I don't have the energy and time to make this right now. I'll get bamboozled. What the fuck? I'm doing the best I can. That said Final Fantasy. Why? This is not Final Fantasy related, unless there's something about Final Fantasy I'm missing. Which I don't think there is. Oh yeah, that's transparent. Now this. You got. Like Cao from the Three Kingdoms. Got. Loser. That's rendered terribly, but it'll work. Hello. I am graduated scholar, Hase Utahara. Do you see the tassel? There's like a weird fuzz on it. I don't like that it's next to my face. Get away from me. I don't want it. How long has this been sitting in my closet for? Did something happen? Jesus. Yeah, why does it look like that? Master Scholar. Yeah, what the... It's like I'm putting on my high school my high school graduation cap after I got my 2 pre-graduates degrees, you know? Cause how get this tassel away from me. Alright, sick. But yeah, this is the gimmick. This is the gimmick now. Was good and nice. Nice gig. Yes, nice gig. And platonically unavailable. That's not unavailable. Setting up my dating profile. Romantically uninterested. Platonically unavailable. Eternally abstained. I don't think this is funny because of what I've typed out, but because of what I imagine people thinking of when they see this. Yeah, I'm Arrow. I'm a relationship. Well, no, I'm a relationship. AFRE. A free. A friendship. I don't want it. Shiran? Randa. Nope, that's not she. What is that? I don't know what those kanji are. Those kanji are big. A free. When in doubt, trust Deep L. A Korwananda. Oh, Naran. I see. Sore? That's Sore? I thought Sore was just So and Re. What is this? I don't know what this word is. I don't know what this kanji is. Sore was... I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. That's Chinese. I need the kanji, please. That. Sore. Sore. Oh. If this means sore, and then you add a re after it. Japanese, you're weird, man. I don't know why you add stuff like this. So what about Naran here? Naran it's a pretty uncommon way to say, like, Shiran means, so like Naran, I know Shiran means like, when you add an to something, right? It's like, oh, you don't need to do that, or I don't need it. It's always something along those lines. Shiran, Naran, like Naraneo. I don't need it. I don't need it. Shiraneo. I like that. I don't need to know, because she is like the kanji for knowing. And Shiritai is like, I want to know. Shiranai means I do not want to know. Shiran is kind of the informal way of saying I don't want to know. And that's my extent of that. See, that's what makes you a scholar. I just know it. So much Japanese media has... Naranai? Naran? Naranai means... Yeah. Naranai is just like, I don't want it. Or I don't want to do it. Or you don't do that. I'm trying to think of the context where I've heard like Naranai. Like before. Naranai. Ikenai. Naranai, ikenai. Ikenai is more for individual situations. A parent reminding their child to do their homework, reprimanding a student. Naranai is more of a blanket obligation, like a rule, law, or social norm. In Michiko, Michiko-chan, hora, hairu mae ni, 皆さん、日本の、ありますか？日本で、お互い、血の、まず。Okay, that makes sense. You got me though. Shit. That's like my that's my very like base understanding of it. It's not like I had anything better to do or think about. I said this earlier. Did I say this before you were here? I'm like I'm feeling really unfunny today. I started the stream and now I'm like I don't know what to say. I just realized I'm like searching all this up while this is on my screen. I don't want it. I don't want your weird relationship. I'm trying to fit this cap better in my head. I bob up and down with it without it, but it's like it has to make sense. And yeah, I don't feel funny today. I'm not on my edge, it feels like, unfortunately. Which I have days like that. It's weird. I'm glad. But I could make you laugh harder. It's just not coming to me. I think my wit has met its end. I think today is the day I die. This feels like a meme. Me looking at this, it looks like a meme. It's like... Hello, children. Today we're doing self-introductions. Oh man, self-introductions. You know that there's like a VTuber self-introduction meme that people still do. Even though it's like really old. I think it's from like 2021 or 2020. VTuber Jiko Shokai or something like that. Hajimete no Jiko Shokai. Is that how you say that? I know Jiko Shokai is like introductions. Is it just called? I think it might be. Oh my god. I will go as the winds as of fate dictate. You know, I do kind of want to operate like that too. I feel that. Just as a force that exists within this specific space. Because I don't do anything else anywhere else. I don't use Twitter that much anymore. I don't use any other platform. I don't Twitch it up. I just, as someone who just does YouTube, I'm just like, if you find me, you find me. You won't know anything about me, but you'll find me. And then you'll stay or you'll go, and then I'll be here, and then it'll be all good. Oh man, it's already 1 o'clock. Man, I feel like I haven't done anything. It's called an Irish exit. I do it all the time. It's actually called what's Irish. What did the Irish do to deserve that? I do that all the time. If I do like, if I'm in a call with the boys and I'm like, I don't think anybody's here, I'm just gonna dip. I just leave. Sometimes, yo, Barani, what's up? What's up? How you been? Starting a new series today. Actually, I think, you know, now that the Badani's here, I have to remind. I'm starting to think of like all the people who might Hungarian, I believe. Yes, Hungarian. Marini is Hungarian. One of the original Hungarian fans. One of the original Udastans. Yes, I remember. Nothing will ever be funnier than Peter messing me up with that random E on his name. I thought I recognized those letters. Yeah. Man, Buddha fans are gonna be 2 years old by the time October comes around. I think. You believe that? 2 years since then. It's been too long. I've been doing this for too long. I should quit. I honestly, every time I make a joke like that, I'm always like, oh shit. Yeah, okay, no, those 2 letters are. Oh man, what are those first 2 letters? I think I've seen that second one. Jana. Huh? Yeah, but yeah, like people don't. I feel like I'm the only one that likes it when I make a joke like that. I just gotta get out of here. I got quit. I can read the second half. I can't read the first half. Miosaku. Oh, is this Keikaku? Is this? Oh no, this is Saku. Kaku. And then this can be a part of Keikaku. Wait, hold up. How do you write Keikaku? This is part of Keikaku, right? Keikaku. Let me just search up Keikaku kanji. Is it? No, is it not? Damn, fucking goddamn it. There's so many different words for this. Miosaku. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Yeah. I don't know. What is this? Mio? Yomi. Oh. I start for total. No wonder why. I had to search it up, right? And I'm like, these are really like specific. Like this myo is the same myo that's used in omyoji, right? And I'm like, and omyoji is like those talisman people that deal with like spirits and yokai. And I'm like, this is really specific, like a really specific myo. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is N1 Japanese. That's the highest level of Japanese. I'm not gonna know this. I'm like, huh? Oh, I should set up a screen share as well on this screen, just so I can, just in case I need to show something. That does mean I probably need to crop something out. So what's a safe thing for stream to see in terms of Windows? I gotta think. It's literally from Senko. You're giving me all of this, all these archaic stuff. Sengoku period. It's archaic. You know how Americanized like modern Japanese is? Ah, you're confused. I know none of this. Yeah, what's a safe screen to screen share? If I just have like an image up. But then my file destination would share, right? Wait, no. This is perfect. Yep. Nice. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna make a window capture. Stone Presto. You could be proud. I'm telling you, when I always ask for this when I have Japanese viewers in my chat. I'm like, oh, Nihonjin ka? And I ask them, and they're like, oh, Nihongo wa shabarimasu ka? And I'm like, no. Yeah, Nihongo shabarimasen. Demo, hiragana to katakana wa yomeru yo. And then I'm like, and then they're like, and then I'm like, and then they start saying stuff in katakana hiragana, and I'm like, I can read this. Can I understand it? Probably not, but I'll try my best. Like, as long as they dumb it down for me, you know, I'm like, I'll try, you know, because kanji is like way outside my wheelhouse. Like, I know Mori, I know forest, I know the kanji for forest, and me and you. And I'm like, like, I think I could hold up a conversation with a Japanese person. Like, it probably can't go too deep, but I'm like, 何が一番食べ物が好き? and like, oh, how do you say fried chicken? Chicken fry. Or did they just say fried chicken? I don't know, but they'll say something, and I'm like, oh, 私も私? No, what the hell? Why did I say that? 私も fried chicken が好き. And they're like, oh, and I'm like, oh. Hello. Now this is a safe image. Let me just get rid of that top part, and honestly, that's my favorite image. I love using this image for like memes and stuff. I could read that one. Dai. That's the second part of Sekai. So Kai. I don't know what Kai is by itself. Shit. It's so close. Shinado. I don't know the last kanji though. I don't know what that is by itself. Okay, so this works. Sick. Oh, what's that last one by itself? What is Kai by itself? No, that's the first part of... Well, Sekai is the other part. So Se... No, it's not Se by itself. Se is not... It is not Se by itself. It is not Se. It is Yo. Oh! Oh, yeah! You just... That... What is Sekai, then? That is the kanji for world. And then... The world will die. Damn, I should have known that one. I still don't know that last kanji though. Hold on, give me 1 second. Excuse me. Man, maybe I am sick. Yo wa shinaru. Nope. Shi? Is death by itself? Thank you. Is death by itself? She? I have no idea actually. Koware. Koware. Osore. Osore? Yeah. Koa. Sore? Osore? Because it's fear, right? Being scared of something is, or I've in my head it's always been like, oh, koi or kawaii, kawaii, kawa. Huh, I'm scared, but I guess not. Kawareba. Oh no, that's not kawa. Kawarene. Oh, I read ba. That's ne. Okay. That's why I'm like, but that would mean you are scared of death. Kawara ne. Ne turns it negative. So then it. So it's like, feared not. You scared, I am not. This world is scared of death. It is not. I'm not sure if YouTube saw my chat because I can't see the chat. Oh, right. Yeah, here you go. We're here now. I forgot I need to put that up there too. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, I'm so congested right now. It's crazy. Give me 1 second. Oh, so you called me cool earlier? Hell yeah, I'm cool. I'm the coolest dodo you'll ever see. Coolest dodo on the market. I'm pretty sure there's another dodo like VTuber like somewhere in the world. But I swear I've seen them. I just don't know where to find them again. Sorry, I muted myself again. Because I really hate being congested because it really... Yeah, I think there's just like a lot of like nuance and like it's very like small details. Especially as if you're learning Japanese as like a second or third language, right? There's, especially coming from English, like first of all, the Japanese, I've always thought about it like this. Reading Japanese is like talking Yoda. The world is scared of death. It is not. You like, you know, like like there, like it has like there's like different like there's like different particles that act differently in different words that are placed in different ways, and they're different, like you can add different like hiragana to kanji to like make it mean the opposite or to exaggerate something. Like it's very much like it's just about learning that. I just haven't sat down and learned it. Most of my knowledge, like I say, comes from me just being like just listening and being like, oh, that line means those words. And then I like puzzle it together. I'm like, okay, these are the pieces. I just never learned like the base pieces themselves. I don't know what the base pieces, like if it's a puzzle, I don't know what the base pieces look like. Like I don't know if all the sides of the piece has a peg, a place to be pegged, or is flat, like an edge piece. You know what I mean? Like a puzzle, like an actual like jigsaw puzzle. The way I said it was just weird, but you know what I mean, right? But yeah, oh, we should get started with the game soon. Oh man, oh whoopsies, that's not the game. I meant to move that down. A place for the other pieces to get inserted into. That isn't much better. I legitimately tried to say something that was a bit better. That was not it. Just, you know, jigsaw puzzle things. My innocent puzzle gaming time. But yeah. Oh man, it will suck because I know that I just thought about this, or I thought about it earlier and I completely forgot. I know that there will be some people that'll really enjoy this game. One person that I know in particular being Ambrosia. I think Ambrosia would really like this game. Because you know what? Ambrosia really liked Phoenix Raid. Ambrosia is always, not always, but Ambrosia has brought that up a few times. Like, oh, my favorite series was when you played Phoenix Raid versus Professor Layton. And I'm like, yeah, that was a good game. I love when stuff comes together in a non-romantic, non-platonic way. Yeah, just like the most unfriendly. Just like, or acquaintance like. It's like it comes together like as it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like this, all right? Actually, I did also want this series to kind of, when I play it, Stafford case, I did want it to have more of an emphasis on my voice acting also because I've already played the game. I don't know how much commentary I'll have on Stafford case. So I'm like, how do I make this how do I make this how do I make this entertaining? And I'm like, people watch, which I mean logical reasoning and puzzle solving. You know, sometimes that's all it takes. Oh shit, this might be really loud. I've completely forgot that I've never opened the game on here. Oh no, we're good. We're good. I think. Use this use Discord. This game contains shocking elements. Children, weak people, weak constitution. Can I just press continue? Ah, no. My save data. My save data. Oh, hold up, let me get the game up. I forget. I'm new to this. This is my first time streaming. Open? Yes. Oh my god, it's happening! We're playing Stafford Case. Okay, let me just do a quick introduction to Stafford Case. Stafford Case is a detective Phoenix Wright-like game made by a studio based in Korea. And the main gimmick of Stafford Case is that in this world, there are people that are born with innate magic abilities. Every person has a different magic ability that they excel in. But those people that have magic abilities are very regulated by the law wherever they are in the world. This game mostly takes place in, I think, London, actually. So yes, we are playing as a novice detective, new to the London scene that joins an agency full of cool and wacky characters, and we're going around solving cases. I think it's London. I know it's somewhere in Britain. Nice premise. It is very cool. It's one of the main reasons why I really like this game. I think the premise is really cool, and I think it's made even better by the way they execute it. So, just as a forewarning, again, I've already played this game. I haven't played it since August of last year though, so there might be some things that I forget. I'll still try to be funny guy, but like I said just earlier, I also want this stream to mostly be about my it will mostly be about me voice acting. You know, there isn't innate voice acting in this game. It's a game based in Korea, and I don't know what the budget is for this game, but I think you can expect really good, like, just dialogue and like a really good script. my government doesn't allow magical abilities to exist. They every time they sense a magical child born, they inject anti-magic serum nanobots into them. It's highly experimental though. Those children's bodies are fragile, but they say it's for the sake of the world or whatever. But yeah. I was gonna say something else, but I completely forgot. I think this will be fun though. I think today we're gonna go through the prologue and chapter 1. I do remember. If you're I do remember being really good at driving. But whoa, maybe that should be maybe that should be canceled out. I'm gonna have to drink a lot of water today. Today's a water drinking day. Alright. Let's get started. We're just gonna play. I think it just drops us right into the prologue, right? Nope. Oh wow, they really just let you play all the cases, huh? Yeah, they do. Start. Oh, no trick and assistance. Would you like to skip the prologue? If this is your first playthrough, I would recommend that you don't skip it. No, I don't want to skip it. I don't want to skip it. This game is a mystery game where you must uncover tricks behind a number of murder cases. Take notes for yourself and try to find the truth behind each case. London, 1960, 10:30, 15 o'clock. Is this your first time? Excuse me? I was just saying, is this your first time in London, no? It is? Why do you ask? Ha! I knew it. And how is it? How does it feel to take in all that London scenery for the first time? He's from the south. I naturally gave him a southern accent. Well, it's just as astounding as they said it would be. The buildings, the smoky haze. Though I haven't seen Big Ben. Yes, indeed. He's important, Big Ben is. Though I'm afraid, young lad, you won't be able to get a good look at it from around these parts. Ambrosia, you're just in time. I was just talking about how you would like this series. Oh, am I too big for the... I might be a bit too big. I don't want to mess with it, actually. If you miss text, I'm going to read it. It just came so naturally to me. I'm not even from the south. I just do it. But yeah. You like Phoenix, right? You'll like this game, basically, is what I said. By the by. That bag sure looks heavy. Planning to be here for a while? I am here because I received a job offer. I imagine I'll be living here until I get fired. Oh. Rather young to be working. You must be something else, huh? When I was your age, well... that was at the height of the big war. I mean, back then. I figured taxi drivers in London would be the quiet sort. Did I grab the wrong one? What's the name of this new employer of yours? For another shilling, I'll take you right up to the front door of that building. That's quite alright. In front of the park will be fine. I mean, you're already paying for an expensive cab ride. What's another shilling? Most, like yourself, visiting London for the first time, try to find the way themselves, and before they know it, they find themselves lost in more ways than one, you know? He's pretty much forcing my hand here. If I keep turning him down, he'll probably just keep pestering me. Well, then, I'll place my fate into your knowing hands. The name of the place was... What was the name of that agency? I believe it was written on the letter I received from that man calling himself the Detective Chief Inspector. I'm here to be a lurker. Sit back, enjoy. I know you'll enjoy it. You're the only one I'm forcing to stay here. You have to sit through all of this. Everyone else is free to come and go. You have to stay. But focus on your nails too. I know nails are an important thing. Oh shit. But this is the main mechanic of the game that we're going into right now. Someone has posed a question. Find the clue related to the question within the documents and then press combine clues. Select the document you'd like to check from the list below to zoom in on that particular document. Select the clues you wish to use on the enlarged documents and click the combine clues button. If you want to check, if you can't remember any of these steps, you can click on the top right manual. Basically, this game runs on two mechanics, or based on this main mechanic, but there's another one that'll come up later. You get to look at your evidence. You're posed with a question here, Or if they're like, we need to combine these two clues, like we need a lead on something, they'll make it two empty slots, but this is posing a question to you. The company name. The taxi driver asked for my destination. The name of the company that hired me is on the letter from the detective chief inspector. I should let the driver know the precise name of the company. Select the letter from the chief on the list below, and it's tutorial stuff. Hi, Bolo, by the way. But yeah, So yeah, you could. Oh man, this is so cool. No, so is there something wrong back then? No. I remember where I work. It's on the letter. Yeah, so you click what evidence you want to use, and then you just click the combine clues button on the side. The Phenomena Bureau. I've heard people call it the Bureau for short. You know where the Bureau is located, right? If you could take me there, I'll appreciate it. Understood, sir. What's wrong, sir? Some trouble in you? No, it's just... You got really polite all of a sudden. Do you just forget... to mind your P and Q's all the times? At times? London taxi drivers always caught around their fares as if they were the queen herself. I think I get it. Funny, really. Right when he heard me say the Bureau, his attitude shifted. The Bureau. According to the rumors I've heard, the institution's reputation is far from a good one. To come all the way to London after receiving a suspicious letter from from such a suspect institution, I must be out of my mind. Yet, to be able to carry out an investigation in a city like this, well, that's been a lifelong goal of mine. I can't remember the name, but there's a spy game where you had to do that. Really? I'd love to play more games like this, honestly. But to be fair, I am more into this game for its narrative than like the actual gameplay. The actual gameplay is just like it's just what proves this wrong, you know? We're here, sir. The gray building on the left over there is the London branch of the Bureau. I hate that I'm so like congested today. Thank you. You said that would be 1 shilling. Where did I put the money I exchanged? You might want to check the front pocket of your bag. The front pocket? It's all right there. How'd you know? Such things shouldn't come as much of a surprise. If you intend to stay in London for long, that is. Huh? What's that supposed to... Have a great day, sir. I do believe you'll find this city isn't as half bad a match for you. But how do you know? I see. I'm gonna call here. No Trick is a sleeper agent. Yeah, he got re-invited to his to his division. So this is the Bureau. This will be my place of work starting from today. Compared to the Investa High. I forget, I didn't know she did that. Compared to the investigator's office back home, this place is just a floor after floor straight up. If I tried to catch a glimpse of the top, I bet my head would be touching my back. Am I really going to be working in a place like this? It took me days to get here, but suddenly going inside is the last thing I want to do. That woman, is she looking at me? We definitely locked eyes, but she isn't saying anything. Or am I just imagining things? Nope, she's definitely still looking. Should I be the first one to speak? No, because if she isn't... You may speak first. Would you happen to have business with me? Indeed. I do. Then she should be the one to break the ice. I'm waiting for someone, and I do believe that someone is to be you. A new recruit from the Akimbo Investigations Agency, known for sticking a fountain pen into his curls. Height roughly 165 centimeters. Goes by the name Note. Well, something close to that, right? My name's Notre Case. I'm a member of the Mana's Affairs Division. Or you're a member of the Mana's Affairs Division, aren't you? That I am. The name's Pandora Redfins. It's a pleasure to meet you. No, the pleasure's all mine. I'll pass on the handshake if you don't mind. Huh? Now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember something about the British not shaking hands all that often. Don't take it the wrong way. It's just I'm extremely reluctant to come into physical contact with you in any way. Wow, you're right. I almost did take it the wrong way. You could say that I suffer from misophobia. It's a bit of a bother, but you'll just have to put up with it. Just have to put up with it. I mean, is it really okay to have a detective who's scared of germs? Nice to meet you. I hate you. You know, just like, please don't touch me. Well, enough with the introductions. Shall we head inside? You'll have to follow close behind. The bureau is a bit of a maze, and I don't want to have to report a child gone missing. There's something odd about this woman. It's as if after all these years, I could still get lost. Stay very close behind me, and do not touch me by any means necessary. Just like, don't. And once we get into the agency, do not stand 5 feet close to me. Not even 5 feet. About the child gone missing, I'm lost. Who would make a building like this? No matter where I go, it's all the same hallway and the same doors. Plus, there's no floor plan to be seen. I lost Redfins right at the entrance. But with this many rooms, how are there exactly 0 other people wandering in these halls? Wait. Oh, wait a tick. No way. Is that a map of the building? Of course. You can't have a building this big without having a single sign pointing the way. Huh? What? What? What am I seeing here exactly? I'm in England, right? Why isn't this in proper English? Am I the odd man out here? Was my hillbilly upbringing left me unfamiliar with the trends of the big city? Whatever. Now at least I can get back to the entrance. Miss Redfins is probably waiting for me there. This map, it's here because someone's able to read it, right? Then maybe the writing on here must be a unique code that only the employees here can make of. Then there must be some way for me to figure out where the office of the Mana Affairs Division is. After all, I'm an employee here too now. Let me have a look through my things. Certainly, there must be something enclosed in the parcel I received that could be of some use. I just need to select the information pointing to the location of the Mana Affairs Division, and then choose the place the information is leading me to on the map. If I connect those 2 points of information, I'll be able to find the answer. Why, you're really saying all of this out loud to yourself? This is a great way to confuse attackers if they attack. Where are we supposed to go? What? Oh, this place, there's so many rooms. The language, it's not English. What is this? It's not English, but it's not any other language that I recognize. But it can't be a code. But yeah, this is the other mechanic. They want us to... what's the word? Select two points and combine them. What's a real? Oh, what is this? But yeah, this one is... I remember this one too. Is that what's real? Are you real? The code on my employee ID badge is formatted in a strikingly similar way to the codes on this map. Also, the name of my department is written right above the code. Mana Affairs Division. Would that make the letters and numbers... would that make these letters and numbers the unique code assigned to our division? The same code is written on this room of the map. And maybe that's the Mana Affairs Division? That certainly seems to be where it's pointing me. Seriously. Was it the door right in front of me this whole time? I feel like I'm the supporting actor on a new TV show. Well, I guess I should head inside. Excuse me. I'm... Hands in the air. Logical. I think that's like is that like a checkpoint? That's definitely like a, that's definitely like a cut. So I'm gonna save. So just like that, I found myself here. Oh god. Hi, Brian. That makes sense for a rookie. Your accent's quite unique. You're not from around here, are you? No, I'm from New Mexico. I worked for a private investigator down there. New Mexico. Then perhaps you'd prefer a cup of my finest black tea on ice? No. But could I get coffee instead of tea? But of course. It's been a while since we brewed it, though. It might probably have gone stale. Let me brew you a new pot. That's alright. Even stale is fine with me. I, didn't catch your name? Caucasus Brian. Is that how you say that? Caucasus? Caucasus? Should I search this up? Caucasus. I've never had to say this name out loud. How do you say this name? I want it to be right, at least. Give me 1 second. Caucasus. Caucasus. Caucasus? That's really how you say that? Okay. Caucasus Brian, at your service. During our cases, I'm the man in charge of investigating the scene of whatever incident has taken place. Thank you. Detective Brian, how should I put this? I'm sorry to be such a bother, but could you ask your colleague to put away her revolver? This revolver? You don't need to let it worry you. I'm just following protocol. You're not gonna shoot me? The name's Dina Hervenus? Cockroach. Caucasus, yeah. Hervenus. Hervenus? Pronunciation. I don't know. I tried to pronounce Caucasus as Caucasus. Should I say Hervenus or Hervenus? This name never comes up either way. They call each other Brian and Dina. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna say Hervenus because that sounds familiar to me. I'm Dina Hervenus. My main charge is interrogations. Just call me Thina. Nice to meet you, Detective Thina. But again, you're not going to shoot me, right? Would you like the honest answer? No. Sorry to doubt you, but until the detective sergeant gets back and is able to confirm your identity, we'll be saying just like this. The Bureau is strict when it comes to security. More importantly, I hope this coffee is to your liking. In the spectrum of life and death, the taste falls somewhere in the middle. Quite an abstract way of describing it. I actually find the description to be quite on the money. So, when is this sergeant of yours supposed to get here? Didn't you meet her outside a short while ago? I'm back. Miss Redfins? No way, then by Sergeant they mean... Indeed, that's me. I mean, isn't that something she should have led with? How'd you find your way here? I went out to look for you, but I had no idea you'd find your way here before I could catch up. I found the place by comparing the code on my ID badge to the codes on the building's floor plans. Your ID badge? Oh, you noticed the department codes. But, why are you sipping on that cup of coffee at gunpoint? I was just about to bring that up. It looks like you've been cleared of suspicion. Excuse us for that. Yeah. Sorry. We just about held your welcoming ceremony and farewell ceremony at the same time. Yeah, it's Texan. I'm from the South. I can't do a... Is New Mexico that's like South? I only know that Texas is that South. You know, do you... Thina, please, control yourself. Oh, there's a joke I can't laugh at. Saj, this is all sort of sudden. I haven't heard a word of a new recruit joining us. I only heard the word 20 minutes ago myself. From the detective chief inspector, no less. It's just to the west. Of course. I wouldn't expect any different. Still, we should be thankful for the extra hands on deck. There's only been 3 of us for 2 years now. You've all had the chance to introduce yourselves, right? My friend Node here is going to be joining our investigation team starting from today. It's no trick case. Right. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, should I just give her a British accent too? Yeah, that'll make it easier. I'll keep that in mind, Node. Call me what you will. Now that I'm thinking about it, we haven't heard about the most important thing yet. Most important thing? I'm talking about your skill. What is it? What do you do? My skills? Well, I haven't really learned any special skills. And honestly, this is my first time leaving my hometown. I do have a license to carry heavy machinery. Maybe that'll be of help some? You must be joking. I guess this wouldn't need that, huh? Heavy machinery. I'm just asking this to be certain. But, Mr. Case, are you not a staffer? No, I'm not. What? Is this gonna be a problem? I see. Well, it's less of a problem. And more like you're fired. Immediately! This is Raincode. I haven't played Raincode. That's another one of the games that I want to play eventually. Excuse me? Staffers! Skills! They're called skills, I forget. We'll be introduced to this eventually. Mana. A substance that's twisted the laws governing this world. The strange anomalies that followed in its wake were called miracles in one era, and magic in another. But in the current era, such events are collectively referred to as phenomena. Among these phenomena, the one showing a marked increase in recent days is the mana-wielding humans, known as staffers. The staffers are able to wield mana as how they please from birth, born with a superpower, if you will. So it's like My Hero Academia. You know, like you're born with a skill. Does it work the same way? Like it's inherited by both parents? I think it might actually be. Staffer Case is My Hero Academia if it was Ace Attorney. And in London, where you're currently headed, roughly 10% of the population are staffers, making it the city with the highest populations of staffers. However, though it hosts such an eclectic mix of people, there is a force that allows London society to continue to function, an agency that manages and collects all phenomena, including those involving staffers. That agency is none other than the Phenomena Bureau, commonly referred to as the Bureau. No trick, I know it's in your nature to be unable to leave a riddle unsolved, So I won't try to help you from going to London, or stop you from going to London. However, a word of caution. You will see things there that you've never seen before. And one thing I'm sure of. That will include some things you'll never wish you'd seen. Stafford case. Is that actually the prologue? I didn't know it ended there. I thought we went through a little bit more of the case until then, but I guess if that's the prologue. He's a secret staffer. I don't need special abilities in order to. Oh, is my mouse is here? Oh, my mouse is here. I thought is that not inherent? Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm gonna make it so it doesn't capture my cursor. I don't need skills in order to solve murders, unlike you fools. It's been a while since we've had some drama. I wonder if Note is on his boat back home by now. I'm still right here. Ah, so you are. But if you don't hurry, you're gonna miss your boat. I'm not going back. Plus, I took a plane here, not boat. Who needs magic when you have lawyer powers? I don't know. Phoenix Wright came like pretty close to that with the Magatama. Wait, hold up. I'm missing something. Give me 1 second. I need to be right back. I just realized that I'm missing my hair tie. Give me 1 second. Never mind. Someone's in the bathroom. Someone is in the bathroom. I can see your secrets. You're lying. I know you're lying. You're hiding it somewhere. I just need to unlock those locks. And why? Why are you suddenly firing me? It's just, you're no staffer, so we don't need you. Sarge, that remark, it's somewhat misleading. Then Brian, you can kick him out. Nicely. Mr. Case, have you heard word of exactly what our Men Affairs division is? From what I read in the letter I received, you get all the cases that the normal investigators can't solve. That's precisely it. There are some among the other staffers able to take the lift of another human without leaving a scrap of evidence. No matter how hard you try, a normal human could never hope to solve such cases. Cases revolving around phenomena. We call such cases man affairs. When police realize that they have a man affair on their hands, they hand over their jurisdiction to the likes of us. The likes of us? Does that mean you're all... That's right. We're all staffers. All three of us. I'm beginning to understand. The Man Affairs Division is able to solve cases that can't be solved through normal means. In other words, all of you are able to use your supernatural talents to investigate crimes. The phenomena you would label supernatural talents, we call skills. Calling it supernatural or magical makes it sound a bit cultist, don't you think? I see. This really is Raincoat. Is it actually? Maybe I'll really like Raincoat when I play it. I hope that game is good. I'll play it eventually. So no spoilers, obviously. But I'll definitely play it eventually. I see. When she asked me about my skill before, that's what she was talking about. You're starting to catch on, huh? No matter how fast your brain might work, or how well you drive heavy machinery, friend, there are just some cases that you can't solve through ordinary means. There are some staffers who can go invisible, others who can teleport. You can't say with confidence that you'd be able to catch such criminals, can you? Seems like you made it all right. Oh, shit! Hey. You've made it. You made quite the long journey, Mr. Case. Actually, I guess that's Detective Constable Case, no? Here's the man who reached out to my old investigations office, scouting me out as an addition to his team of detectives, making him the... It's very similar if you know the series. Yes. I'm very familiar with the Danganronpa series. So I'll like it then. Okay, I'll like it. I say this a lot about Danganronpa. It's my guilty pleasure series. I know about it and I like it. And I know it's like, I know its concept is so good, but its writing can be so mediocre, but I still love it. So yeah, it's definitely on my list now. Detective Chief Inspector, sir. Huh. This is our first chance to be able to talk face to face, huh? Good timing. If the chief insists on my being hired, these people can do nothing to stop his decision. Show these cretins all the unsavory flavors of our capitalistic might, Chief. Seriously, Chief. How dare you show your face after turning our job on its head like this? But of course, I've lost all expectations of getting any sort of help from you. We have atom-sized cameras! How about you just retire before things get uglier? Chief, public opinion of you seems to be on the level of a coup d'etat. Look at the lot of you. I guess a rookie joining us has got you all worked up. Actually, I was just about to ask your intent with this one. Why exactly did you hire a new detective who's not even a staffer? Sergeant Redfins, are you meaning to say, you don't wish to take on Detective Constable case? That's right. I could have used an even slightest hint of hesitation there. Let's try this out. You're all going to give Detective Case a test here. A test? If Detective Case passes your little test, you'll let him on the team and accept him as an equal. And of course, if he fails, you can do with him as you please. Is that fair? Huh? Is that fair? Regarding the contents of said test, is that up to me? Do whatever you please. This kid's a genius. I mean, I wouldn't go that far to say as a genius. Ina, you and Brian are on the middle of a case, aren't you? Huh? You're talking about the circus homicide? Hold up. Are you serious right now? The evidence you were telling me about before. Show it to note. I'm kind of busy. Looks like you all have your work cut out for you. Tell me how it turns out. Once again, making his escape before giving us a bunch of work to do. All of this is a bit chaotic, but if I pass this test, that means I'll be able to stay on, right? Okay, so you're all gonna give me a test, right? What do I have to do? Yeah, before you know it, he's gonna start playing chess in his mind. He's gonna start playing. My knight clashes into your bishop and breaks your bishop piece, leaving my knight piece alive. Ah! Before we get to that, let's take a look at this document for me. Starting chess pieces. Why isn't it working? Why aren't you breaking? Tell me your secrets. What sort of document is this? Who's this a picture of? This is a bureau file. This lists off each staffer's supernatural abilities, laying out what skill they have. It's one of the main documents we use to investigate any sort of phenomenon that might occur. Each and every staffer must carry it around their bureau file with their identity card. With these files are crafted with a material that cannot be forged. So, if you interpret this information listed here correctly, you can understand what sort of skills the staffers involved in your case may have. The information on this document is about Yulia Geller. She's the person who found the body in the crime we're currently investigating and one of our main suspects. Geller is a clown employed by the Trump Tower Circus. I know it's like Jester Trump, but man, we have to forgive the developers. They're Korean. They don't know about American politics over here. A murder happened in Trump Tower. Oh no. Which is precisely where the murder occurred. The victim is none other than the ringleader of said circus. His name is Jean Henry Houdin. I'll give you all the details of the case later on,
But first off, I'd like to continue my explanation of the Bureau files. Under the staffer's name, you've got the name of the staffer's skill written out. Gella's skill is what the Bureau has named Indiscernible Object Manipulation. What sort of skill is that? That name doesn't really spell out what it entails.
What's somehow swinging in his favor? Oh, don't get me started on politics. What? You might be right.
Let's save here. According to statements gathered from those who know her, her skill allows her to manipulate objects through an unseen force. Basically, she's got telekinesis.
So why can't you just write telekinesis? Do you think it's somehow more professional to describe her skill like this?
We'd never do such a thing. And don't you think you're being a little harsh? There are over 1,000 staffers able to move objects without touching them in London alone.
It got more popular. Well, you know.
We have to take an academic approach to naming. Yeah. We have to take an academic approach to the naming because filing them under such overarching words like telekinesis does nothing to distinguish the subtleties of their skills.
Dina, your voice.
You have to infer what sort of skill a staffer has by the name listed on their file. Though there are occasional exceptions like this one.
So, if you can't understand the name of the skill, like this one, you won't be able to understand what the staffer's skill is?
In cases like this, details about the staffer's skill can be found out through the course of the investigation. Yulia Geller has been using her skill to perform acrobatic stunts at the circus, so it was easy for her to find out that a indiscernible object manipulation equals a telekinesis.
If that's the case, I'm not sure why we even have these files, but anyway, I follow.
Then how about we look at the bottom part? Threat level. Each threat the threat of each staffer is ranked by the risk posed by his or her skill. If they pose no threat, they are labeled unharmed. If the risk of harm is that of an edged weapon, it is labeled Bowie. If they pose the same danger as a small firearm, it is labeled Colt. The threat level of their skills are compared to weapons. Staffers with a higher threat level may have some restrictions placed upon them that could interfere with normal life.
Yulia Geller is rated Colt. Does that mean her skill is as dangerous as someone wielding a pistol?
Next comes the skill's range. This shows how far the staffer's skill can reach.
Miss Geller's case. I can see she can only manipulate objects that are within 2 meters of her.
The catalyst section below shows what the staffer needs in order to use the skill. In Geller's case, she doesn't need anything for hers, so we'll skip that. Last of all, we have the section to write about anything of note about the skill that isn't included in the above sections. The info in this section can widely vary, depending on the skill of the person's bureau file. If the skill were about controlling something, we'd have information about the substance that could be controlled. If the skill was about creating something, we'd have info about what can be created. So, shall we wrap out our explanation there?
Coolio. Thank you, Redfins. This information seems overly simplified. Aren't there any documents that are a bit more detailed?
There are, but this is the limits of the info that we're able to contain at our current clearance level. Since the investigations department is still classified experimental within the department, we don't have much in the way of clearance.
I see. So, what's the test that goes along with this?
The reason I'm showing you Yulia Geller's bureau file is because this woman is the prime subject in our investigation thus far.
So this is Magic and Professor Layton and Phoenix, right? Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's like if the magic in Phoenix, right, and Layton was in everyday life. And how the world would wrap around that, you know? I think a really big part of this game is the world. The world building in this game. I think is very important.
We have 3 reasons for thinking this. Now, let me show you the evidence we've gathered on her, one item at a time. You have to look at this evidence and figure out the 3 reasons why We have currently suspect Yulia Geller. Bleh. Got it. You want... Am I thinking to myself or am I saying this out loud? White text is supposed to be inner thoughts, right? So, got it. So you want to find out if I'm able to be any help on a real case. Because you dropped yourself at this... It was an accident! She didn't mean to do it! What do you think? Up to the task? If I say no, would you switch the test to something else? Not a chance. Then I've got no choice but to do it. Though I didn't really want you to change the test in the first place. Good. Then you're confident. You can use all the confidence you can use all that confidence to get back home. So that's an okay from him? Well, then let's show him this first. Is this a testimony? Miss Geller gave you a statement? The name of the witness is Yulia Geller. The document seems to be explaining the circumstances of the witness finding the body. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary witness report, but this part... This column, it says heartbeat. What's that mean? Oh, he's pretty sharp, huh? About the abnormal heartbeat column, it gives me a place to check when I detect a change in the witness heart rate. The witness's heart rate? Much of the evidence collected by the Man Affairs Division is acquired by using the skills of the investigators. And this is a special witness statement written by my own special skill. My skill is precision vibration detection. When any potential suspect makes a statement, I use my skill to keep track of their pulse. Using skills to collect evidence and fill out documents. Then, what's it mean when you record that the witness had an abnormal heartbeat? When I detect an abnormal heartbeat, it's one of three reasons. The witness is either in an agitated state, they're talking about something emotional like murder or death, or the witness is lying. I see, so you're like a lie detector. No. I'm way more accurate than those hunks of junk. You shouldn't say such things. Dina has a bit of a standing rivalry with lying detectives. Do not. That aside, there's one odd part with this witness's statement. Find and point out the section that's leading us to suspect her. That's the first part of your test. Okay, let me give it a try. So she must be innocent. Yeah, obviously. You've played these games before? Of course they're innocent. They're always innocent. The first person's always innocent. Yeah, I do like that game though, Professor Lane vs. Phoenix Wright. So if they're choosing to show me this document, there must be some kind of falsehood recording this in her statement. If I pay attention to the times where her heartbeat is abnormal, I should be able to find the lie in her statement. However, lying isn't the only reason for the fluctuations in the heartbeat, so I've got to be careful. A false part of her statement and an abnormal heartbeat to prove it. If there's some sort of contradictory information in here, I'll be able to link those two things. I forget how baby easy this is. Oh shit, that's not it. Oh shit, that's not it. Shit. Oh, me and my ego. Oh. I thought she was lying about killing him. You failed. Shit. Go back to New Mexico. Breaking note. The universe are... But I see. You're fired. This part of the statement is a bold-faced lie. Oh, that was quite a quick answer. Shall we have a look? Why exactly do you think this part is a lie? Pathetic. No, it's not like that. We don't know if he just got lucky. We just can't pass him until we get a convincing explanation why. True. If I have to explain my reasoning behind the thought. Go to Breaking Bad, yeah. New Mexico. It's always Breaking Bad with New Mexico. If I had to explain my reasoning behind the thought. This witness combines two instances of abnormal heartbeat. The second part is where she visits the crime scene to bring the coffee, and the fourth part is where she denies committing the murder. If the fourth part is a lie, if the fourth part denying the murder were a lie, this would be an open and shut case. However, since she used an emotion-laced word kill in the fourth part, there's a high likelihood that her heart rate would spike anyway. In other words, it's hard to figure out the true reason behind the abnormal heart rate there. You detected an abnormal heartbeat, but that doesn't necessarily prove that this part of the statement is a lie. You catch on quick. However, unlike the fourth part of the statement, she doesn't use any sort of emotion-provoking words, and there's no part of it that's worth getting worked up over. And yet, you detected an abnormality in her heart rate, meaning this part of the statement is a lie. In other words, Yulia Geller did not visit the crime scene to bring coffee to the victim. That's quite suspicious. And that's right. You found our answer. Logical? Oh, no logical. Where's my logical? It's auto-saving. I don't even need to save. I also had my suspicions about Geller's statement and continued questioning the suspect. Here's the result of my interrogation. Another statement. Just from one look of the document, I can see that your witness is very worked up. That's right. When a witness is excited or agitated, I detect strange heartbeats whether the segment is true or not. So, we're unable to tell whether the testimony is true or not with this document alone. At times like this, we've got to bring in some other evidence. So I think I'd better take over the explanation from this one. Don't go getting smug just because you beat me. Out of the three of us, I'm the runt of the litter. I'm not. Am I smug? Wait, what? Plus, that wasn't exactly something to win or lose over. You can call yourself the runt of the litter, so why not accept it? Pathetic. Shut up! People always pick winners and losers. Hurry up, Brian, and show them the data you got. I would tell you if there is something is not telling you. I think that's logical. Well, that would be like lying out of omission, right? Yeah, right? Alright, I guess I will. I do hate to judge others, but there was a problem I simply couldn't overlook. I hope you do understand. Here you go. Your second test. This must be a photo of the crime scene. The person slumped over on the desk must be the victim of the case we're investigating. Also, we're currently saying Yulia Geller is our prime suspect, right? From the picture of the victim, was the cause of death this blow to the head? What's all this green ink, though? Those pieces of trace evidence left behind at the scene of the crime. Fingerprints, footprints, scratches, and more. We've got all sorts of forensic clues. My skill is to accentuate various clues so that others can more easily see what they are. Using my skill, I can make records of clues I find on the photos of the crime scene like this. We call them trace photos. A skill to find clues. Besides just staffers, this might be possible for anyone to do given enough time, yet perhaps it's not about finding the evidence either. The time the trace evidence was left is written here too. Nice catch. My skill makes clues appear to shift in color and brightness depending on how much time has passed. I then analyze all of that information to determine when each trace was left or made a left. So he organizes all that information to produce these trace photos. Now, that would certainly help out an investigation. Back to the point. This trace photo contains a piece of evidence that contradicts another piece of evidence. Let's call finding that contradiction your second test. Alright. Let's think. The information on this trace photo was found and organized by Detective Brian himself. There can be no mistakes on his end. In other words, if a document contains something wrong that contradicts in this trace photo, it's the information that's on that document that's wrong. The information on this trace photo will help us find the lies in the other documents. I see. I think they're being really specific with the definition of like when they get a hard beard or not, you know what I mean? Like, oh, they're lying, oh, they're talking about the murder, or oh, they're mad. I think they're being really specific with that. So it's these two, huh? I don't remember this one, actually. You're asking if I came by on any business besides bringing coffee? Why ask? Are you suspecting me for this? The ringleader, he always took his coffee cup at 9 p.m. After all, he normally stays out until morning the nights after performances. The only reason why I was there that was the only reason I was there that night, too. I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Seeing this game, why did tickets are end all be all? Yeah. Yeah, I would say that. Right? This is right? 7:40 p.m. Does this have coffee in it? Handprint, gloved handprint on the coffee, right? Really? He always took a cup of coffee at a cup of coffee at 9 p.m. I had no reason to visit the scene that day. That's the only reason I was there that night. You're asking if I had any business besides bringing coffee? That was the only reason I was there that night? So we got into his seat at 6. He got into his seat at 6, and he was there. I hate combining the two. Military time always gets me. What am I? Oh, right. There's something wrong with the trace photo. Oh, so she came in to bring the coffee at... Right? She came in to bring the coffee at 9. Obviously. I don't know why I tried that. There's no life bar in this game, so you could fucking combine everything and be like, maybe. I came to see him at 9 o'clock to bring him his coffee. Is this tea or coffee? Did you? Extends from the entrance of the... Yeah. Two. Everything is wrong. This is wrong. Nope. This is wrong. Nope. That's not wrong. This is wrong. Nope. Keep trying. All of these are wrong. It isn't. These are all right. That's the only reason I was there that night. Maybe it's these footprints. I had no other reason. Oh, that. Okay, wait, is it this? Because she visited again. Yeah. Oh my god, you're right. I'm such a... This is wrong. This is wrong. Nope, nope. Wait. Hold up. I've got it. I've got it. Sorry. You can take your time if you'd like. That's quite all right. The document contradicting this trace photo is this witness statement. Would you like to point at a specific part of the statement and explain why it's contradictory about it? In the additional witness statement Thina got, there's one part that stands out. It says I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Given Miss Geller's agitated state, it's impossible to judge the validity of the statement based on the abnormal heartbeat. However, by looking at this trace photo, you can see that this part of her statement was false. This trace photo clearly shows her footprints, the footprints of Miss Yulia Geller left behind. One part is as Miss Geller said. We can see that there are footprints left at 9 o'clock. If the statement that she had left, if the statement that she had no other business with the deceased that day were true, those would be the only footprints she had at the scene of the crime. But that's simply not true. There is another set of footprints left behind at 7:30. One set of footprints at 7:30 and one set of footprints at 9. Miss Geller visited the scene of the crime twice that day, so her statement that she only visited a single time is clearly a lie. There's a contradiction between the two documents. What do you think? Am I wrong? No. That is indeed the answer. It wasn't the most difficult of problems, but you delved so far into it in such a short time. I can guarantee you there are probably going to be some things in this game that I forget and that I will spend like 30 minutes on, 30 to like an hour on later. So like, and they're constantly saying like, wow, you did this really quickly. Note. And note's going to be in like everything's going to be slow-mo, but like it's going to, depending on how fast you get the contradiction is like how slow-mo. Note might be thinking for like 60 minutes in like 5 seconds. As you said, Yulia Geller did visit the crime scene at 7:30. We questioned her about it, but she wouldn't say a word. The victim entered the room at 6 o'clock. Since the victim left no footprints leaving the room, we can safely assume that he was still in the room at 7:30. Yeah, real quickly. Yeah, real quickly. We don't know exactly what happened inside the room at the time, but it was certainly nothing to write home about. So that's why you all suspect Miss Geller to be the culprit. Well, there's that, but also Yulia Geller is the only one who could have committed the crime this crime in the first place. Huh? Here, take another look at the photo. There's no other footprints that approached the victim besides Yulia Geller, right? Yeah, that's clearly the case. Though I do remember a set of footprints labeled Houdin. That's the name of the victim. He's a sad sap slumped over the desk in the picture. Like trauma center caught him quickly, yeah. It's obvious that we have the victim's footprints at the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right. So, let's think through this. Judging from the footprints we have on record, only 2 people have entered the scene of the crime that day. The victim, Jean-Henry Houdin, and our suspect, Yulia Geller. As you can see from the picture, a bunch of water is spilled at the crime scene. at the scene of the crime. Geller stepped into the pool of water before approaching the victim. But why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously, because she could get close to whack him on the head. Tina, if you keep going, we'll have nothing for the third test. Eek. I sort of got carried away there, but I'll cut it out. Sorry, everyone. I just couldn't rein in the fantastic reasoning skills of mine.
So, what's all that mean for my test? No. We don't have like a murder weapon or anything, I don't think. They haven't given us it yet. So,
unfortunately, since our investigation is still in progress, we've got no more information to show you. So until our investigation continues, we have no choice but to stop the test.
what?
Sarge, if I may change the subject for a moment. This case, I don't think it calls for further investigation. What do you mean? At our current juncture, we can say that with near certainty that Yulia Geller is our culprit. Rather than pressing forward with further investigation, let's hand this off to the police and turn our focus to other cases. Oh, I definitely agree with you on that. We're practically drowning in cases that we haven't even touched yet. Well, I can't agree with you all on that. It's quite natural to point the finger at Yulia Geller as a prime suspect, but I think Detective Dina overlooked a piece of information during her explanation of her third reason for suspecting Miss Geller. Huh? What? You mean my rationale wasn't spot on? She overlooked something. What might that be? She did. Generally speaking, her logic would be correct, but since this is Yulia Geller we're speaking of, we must say that Tina's logic doesn't hold water. So you found a hole in her logic, but would you mind explaining what that might be? This tape recorder has everything we said just a moment ago. Print out the part that stands out to you. After you print it out, point out which part of the transcript seems odd.
So I just press this print button.
So I select the part of the printed transcript that stands out and use it in a connection with another piece of evidence. If I want to defend the argument, I'd say it's support. But if I want to oppose the argument, I pick oppose and connect it with a piece of evidence that supports my opposition.
Let's see. So I oppose this.
Why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim to whack her, obviously?
I oppose this. I suppose because she overlooked it. She overlooked something. The Mana Affairs Division. Yes, obviously. Why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Wait, isn't her shoes... Oh, her shoes didn't go around it. That means he would have died at... He would have died here, right? Christina is stupid. Dina... I want to argue that. I want to argue with you on that, because I do really like Thina. But you're not completely wrong. I don't think you're completely wrong. That means he would have died here, right? She came up. This happened. Handprint left on a teacup, right? He would have died here. But he did something. Nope. She goes through here. There's like broken stuff here. Can't see it clearly. What is it? I actually don't know. Is it just... The footprints are the clue? Thina, you're wrong! Damn it.
You weirdo! Why are you suspecting me like this? Let me just look at everything else. I think the trace photo is it, but... Oh, you can't tell who this is. That's why. This isn't important. They're just saying she went up behind her and hit her behind the head with a bat. Or like an anonymous weird object is what they're saying. There's no murder weapon. So footprints leading up. There's the footprints coming back and forth. Is it this? No. Struck something with his hand, right? Yeah. That's definitely like a thing. I think that'll be important. To get behind her head, obviously. To get close to whack him on the head, obviously. She's too short! You don't know. Have you seen her? She's tiny! You suspect me? The ringleader always took his coffee at 9 p.m. That level cult? She has the same threat level as a gun. A cult gun. I just came back from my extended break. Well. Well, you have to take a break from the stream? Ah, yes. Whew. All in a good day's work. When did the victim die? We don't have that information. We have nothing. Oh, from Life and Mortality. I'm glad. I checked this, right? I know I checked this already. Yeah. What are we posing about this? Why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously because she... What if she just like wanted to talk to him? How do we say that? She wanted to talk to him, you know, or something. Or maybe, is there something where, like, she didn't need to get behind him? The victim... Wait, let me just look at the rest of these. The victim entered the room at 6 o'clock since... Yes. He was still there at 7:30. He never left this chair. At 7:30 we questioned her, but she didn't say a word. Yes. Why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously, because she wanted to get close to the victim to whack him in the head. Obviously. But she said she said that was the only, there's no other reason. There's no other reason. she did. Generally speaking, her logic would be correct. But this is Yulia Geller we're speaking of. There must be something we must say it doesn't hold water. Is it related to her bureau thing? It might actually. Is it actually related to this? She's a cult. She's a part of a cult. It is? Really? But I was reading like but at the bottom it said the max was 20 kilograms. There's no way she weighs 2 kilos or 20 kilos. It's the part about Yulia Geller risking her shoes getting wet in order to get close to the victim. You thought the reason she might do it was because she could whack him on the head, right? Right! If there's a puddle on the floor, you'd normally just take the long way around, no? But her getting so close to the victim is something we can't really explain without assigning the action of some sort of special reason. Right. I agree. However, she might have not approached the victim with the intent of killing him. What are you basing this assumption on? The suspect's skill. Her skill? Indiscernible object manipulation. It's a rather peculiar name, but you said it's basically like telekinesis, right? She's able to use it up to 2 meters away. Right. I was thinking that she... Okay, for a person with such an ability to wield such a skill, would she even have to approach the victim to hit him on the head? That makes sense. I was thinking about it as if she was carrying herself. Like, I'm going to kill you now. The full weight of her body on the telekinesis. I'm on my way to kill you. Psycho Mantis? Yeah. Yeah. Basically, that's what he's saying, right? As you all said, all circumstantial evidence regarding the suspect approaching the victim would only add more suspicion to the accused under normal circumstances. However, that's not the case with Yulia Geller. Our suspect wouldn't need to get that close to the victim. You're right! With her powers of telekinesis, she wouldn't have to approach the victim to hit him on that... To hit him 100, no, 1,000 times! I don't think she needed to hit him that many times. She had no need to approach the victim, yet she approached him anyway. Assuming Miss Geller is the culprit, it's a rather unnatural action for her to carry out. As things stand, we cannot conclude that Miss Geller is our culprit. Still, there's no way we can say that for sure that our culprit used any skills. Maybe they forewent skills in favor of an ordinary blow. Yet, we can't say for certain that no skills were used either. Plus, you saw the floor was wet, right? With wet shoes, you'd have no idea what sort of footprints he'd be leaving behind. In fact, Yulia Geller's footprints being left behind at the scene of the crime led both Detective Dina and Detective Bryant to suspect Miss Geller. Would a person looking to commit a crime take that risk? Someone turn off the radio. Wow, Dina, you really turned it up. Were you feeling something? Especially if she had the means of killing her victim without getting close to him. It would be more odd for her to not use her skill. Logical. There are quite a number of staff is able to commit crimes without entering a room. That's true that Yulia Geller is still a suspect, but as long as there's doubts still to be raised, I believe that this case must remain open. I think you're right about that. If Geller wasn't our culprit, we'd be in a real pickle. I apologize for having brought it up. Recently, the amount of cases assigned to our department has remarkably increased. I must have grown impatient. You needn't worry about that now, though, right? After all, we've got another deck on hand. We got another hand on deck now. Sergeant, does that mean... Honestly, I was thinking I'd fail you and send you home no matter what you did, how you did on the test.
You snake in the grass. You fuck.
However, you've grown on me a little. That may be true for me, but are there any objections from the two of you? You spotted a flaw in our logic. I can see no reason to object to his joining up on us.
Here. Would we have a leg to stand on if we did?
Handy, did you know our reasoning in this was so far off? Well, it is a sort of basic line of reasoning in the Manifest investigation. So much so that ignorance of the fact borders on moronic.
I apologize for being so much of a dimwit that I missed something so simple.
I am ashamed of myself. I don't mean to cast blame, after all. Even the best investigators sometimes end up hooked on the wrong hypothesis. The important thing is that we corrected the faults in our logic.
I'm really looking forward to this. Yeah, I didn't expect that. I can't believe they brought up something that they talked about right at the beginning of this scene to now, you know? Because, right, you weren't going to remember that they call it telekinesis. Which is smart. It's smart of them. I think it's very smart.
This is just a theory of mine. But what's more important is finding the right way immediately. Or more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around and when you're on the wrong path. And Note just proved that he has that ability. So, we're a little late in saying this, but welcome to the Manor Affairs Division. Note.
No need for the pleasantries. The pleasure's all mine. Though you're right about it being a bit late.
Well then, we'll have our welcome party later. For now, shall we get ready to head out?
Head out? To where?
Where do you think? To continue our investigation. We're off to see the scene of the crime, Trump Tower Theater.
Yay.
Your car is quite cramped. Well, this is annoying. There's a mountain of paperwork in here. I've only got this tiny space crammed against the wall, the window, fuck. We're on the move a lot, so I tend to keep our case files in the car. But then one day, I realized that there are more files in the car than in the filing cabinets, so I just moved what was left in the cabinets to the car. The place you're sitting in now was originally used to store all the files on theft and robberies. I'm pretty sure seats were originally created for people to sit on. Throw out any stereotypes that you might be holding on to. In investigations where man is involved, you've got to think outside the box. That's a lovely turn of phrase, but it doesn't do much to convince me on this issue. More importantly, we haven't filled you in on the details of the case you're investigating yet, have you? Have we? Look. The file should be close by. It's case file A0136.
A0136. Is this the one?
Found it. The murder at the Trump Tower Theater at Dartford Road. The body was found inside the theater in the office of the victim at 9 p.m. on the night of October 29th. The first to discover the body was Julia Geller, an employee. The victim's name was Jean Henry Houdin. He was the ringleader of the circus located at the Trump Tower and the owner of the small theater within said building. The cause of death was due to the blow of the back of the head. The force of the single blow was enough to shatter his skull. Besides the victim, there were only 3 other people who were able to gain entry to his office at the Trump Tower, scene of the crime. The police named all 3 people as suspects before beginning their investigation. All the employees of the Trump Tower are staffers, and they had been using their skills during the circus performances. Thanks to that, it didn't take long to figure out what those skills might be. There's the clown, Julia Geller, with her skill of telekinesis. Then comes the magician, Frederick Fernan, gifted with his skill of flames. And then the acrobat, Oz Aston, with her skill of ice. The first to discover the body, Julia Geller, became the prime suspect, but it's difficult to pin the crime on her. That's because the murder weapon was never found. No suspect was found leaving the scene of the crime, yet they weren't able to find anything resembling a murder weapon within the theater. On investigating the body of the deceased, there's no question the murder weapon was large and heavy. It would normally be impossible to hide such a weapon. It was then made clear that one of the staffers used the skill to carry out the murder. That's when the police classified this as a phenomena, and the case was handed over to the Manners Affairs Division. A disappearing murder weapon. Finding that may be the key to solving this case. Once you're done reading on everything, get ready to go. We're almost there. Seems like Thena and Brian beat us here, seeing as the car is already parked. I ordered them to secure the suspects and prepare them for questioning. Note, you come with me to the scene of the crime. I need you to help me until those two get done with their job. Alright. It begins. My first investigation with the Man Affairs Division. They're dead! A phenomena. A seemingly impossible incident involving the supernatural. Yet there exist clear rules that these supernatural powers and events must follow. Everything is documented. I can't forget that. Dina and Brian are gone. Oh no! Brian, what happened? Do. And I don't have any magic. We don't even know what Redfin's magic is. They're all staffers, right? What are you? Who are you? Actually, before that, I am going to oh yeah, this is the start of we're officially at chapter 1. Damn. That prologue was an hour and like what 30 and 140. Damn. This is the scene of the crime. The office of the victim, Houdin, is also listed as the lounge. Okay, but before we continue, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab my hairpin and probably use the restroom real quick. So, give me 1 second. 1 second. Be right back. The culprit hit the detective with time magic. They were reverted to childhood. No, Brian. Thena. You guys are young children now. I don't even know how old they are. I mean, they must be old enough to be working adults, right? I say early 20s, mid 20, latest. Maybe Brian's mid 20. I can imagine that. Okay. Quite luxurious for a lounge. It's because this room is so spacious. So they decided to use it for more than your average lounge. They say the victim spent most of his time here. Yeah. Blech. Then our culprit must have also known to come here if they wanted to find the victim. Working and living alone. Oh, I didn't know staffers were treated like this. Redfins, what are you gonna tell me? We have to fight for staffer working rights. We're going to look for clues here. Give me a hand. But I thought Detective Brian already finished his investigation of this room. Do we really need to do a second sweep? We do. Just like that there are certain trace evidence that only Brian can see, there are only clues that will only show up for me. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my skill, have I? Yeah, you haven't. Now that you're saying so, I guess you're a cipher too, huh? What on earth sort of skill might you have? Contact memory recall. I can read the memories of items with a single touch. It's also known as psychometry. We need to fight the communist. It's valid! The staffers need it! Harry! Stop calling me Harry! Mystery fifth member that's a mascot. Harry, we got the staffers. They need their rights. You can read the memories of items. I don't really follow. I think it might be better to show you. You see that teacup on the table? Yeah, of course. I have a great deal of suspicions about that cup. Is that so? Indeed. It was right next to the body, meaning it could have been poisoned, no? But wasn't the victim bludgeoned to death? I'm not... Harry! Gart! So I should read into the memories of the suspicious teacup. She's just ignoring me now. Communism is real. Good, I've read them. You're already done? You used your skill? What? Did you think I was going to start glowing or whatever when I use my skill or something? That's a rather ugly stereotype people have when it comes to staffers. The thought never crossed my mind. You probably didn't sense a thing. But just a second ago, the events of this cup experience the past 72 hours just flashed through my mind. And out of all of the events of the past 72 hours, one or two memorable events remained planted in my mind. Memorable events? For example, with this particular cup, it's worth noting that not a single memory of someone's lip touching the rim of this cup remained. There's no way you can never call him the cafeteria manager. He's just a bartender. That means there's no one drank coffee out of this cup for the past few days. So even if the coffee had been poisoned, the victim had no chance to drink it. Seems so. Though we know the victim was bludgeoned to death, so that's never a possibility in the first place. Of course, the thought never occurred to me. Do you understand what my skill entails now? I do. But if your skill allows you to read the past of different objects, can you just read the face of the culprit with the object's memory? I cannot. Sight is not an option. Huh? There are only three senses I get from an object: sound, smell, and touch. I can't get any read on anything besides those three. Oh, more simply put, cups don't have eyes, does it? It's sort of like that. The cup doesn't have ears, a nose, or nerves either. Since there's no visual information, the past I can siphon off is rather fragmented. Yet what I can read helps out the investigation a great deal. When Lady Luck shows her beautiful face, I can even hear her voice of the culprit. In those cases, I bet you all can find the criminal in a heartbeat. We can. Not bad, huh? So, shall we begin our investigation? I'll read the memories that remain in this room. You'll listen to my explanation, take notes on parts that you think are important, and fashion them into a document. Use this. It's called a memory survey. So this is a document recording the past memories left by this at the scene of the crime. There's a limit to the information we'll be able to glean from the past, yet this document will let us see this incident from a new perspective. Well then, let's begin. To find information that will be most useful to us, the most important thing will be selecting objects to survey. Tell me which objects scattered around the scene you'd like me to investigate. The dyslexia is kicking in. It's just a point and click. You just click what you want to investigate. The dartboard with cards in it. The stain, the blood, the chair, the cup, the vase, the melted what? This is my new piece of art. Like really? I just need to play Raincoat then. No. Thank God. Thank God. If I'm being honest, I'm like, really? I really don't want to hear you say that, is the thing. You can tell when someone uses their ability, I see. I'm like, is it really Raincoat? Because I'm like, this is my favorite game, and now you're comparing it as a copy of something else. I'm like, man, you know what I mean? But thank God. I still want to play Raincoat, though. I see quite a number of books that look difficult to comprehend. I bet there's a whole lot you need to know to run a theater. The victim sure is an outstanding person. You want me to read into it and see if that's the truth? That's not right. What is it? I read into the memory of the bookshelf, but I feel no changes. How far back into the memories can you go? As for specific memories, I can only go back 3 days. But if I'm just skimming the surface, about a month? You must have been busy these days. There are quite a number of people who view books in terms of adding to the look of the room. There are much cheaper decorations. 1 second. There is one that's been removed recently. Huh? Which book? Poker for Pushovers. Intermediate level. Don't need to look into that one. It's gonna be important! No, you saying that means it's gonna be important. It's always like that. The melted statue. What is art exactly? At the very least, it's not this hideous block of stone. Shall we read into its memories? I see. It seems this was originally a bust of a human head. I can't tell you the original shape for sure, but I can guess that it was made in the victim's likeness. Huh? But why does it look so weird now? The shape was distorted by extremely high temperature. Someone burned the bust of the victim. If it was a hardcover... How'd someone manage that? That's not exactly flammable material. You think it was our culprit who did it? But why? Did I confuse the bust for the victim? Sergeant, no one could confuse a statue for a person. Well, it might be possible if it had a cape draped over it. Sergeant, no one puts a cape on a bust. No, one day you're going to see a statue of wearing a cape, and won't you be surprised when you do? I'm not sure about that, but whoever made the bust like this was holding quite the grudge against... I can't read. But whoever made the bust like this was holding quite a grudge against the victim. At least, that's one possibility. Alright, I'm gonna use my skill, so back off for a moment. You haven't said that to me all day. Oh, the clown. Fuck that clown. The flower plant on the table fell off due to intense tremor, which is how it seemed anyway. So There's not much point into reading that. So this fell off the table due to an impact caused by the culprit? At the very least, we can tell that the flower didn't live on and kept moving. Was that too much? It felt wrong when I was saying it. No, you're actually right on the mark. A while back, we caught a staffer who could control plants. The staffer manipulated the growth of plants to strangle her victim. I can't even tell a silly joke in this city. That's the chair the victim was sitting in. I'll read into it. I hear a man snoring. Snoring is quite loud. As the snoring continues, I feel a large impact, and then the snoring stops. That's the memory from the time the victim was murdered. It seems that way. Our victim must have been aiming to take him out while he was sleeping. Could you tell me what time this memory was from? I cannot. I only know that it roughly happened within the last 2 days. Surprisingly, these are quite inconvenient supernatural abilities. Watch your tongue. Sorry. They aren't supernatural abilities, they're skills. Terminology is important. Be careful if you don't mess up. Right. As for the time of the crime, Brian's trace photo will be much more helpful than whatever I can give you. Shall we ask him to look into it later? Okay. Yeah, we will. Brian, help us. Stop talking to those victims and come over here. The cup doesn't look all that suspect. It suffered all manner of disgrace, but in the end of all that suffering, its integrity was confirmed untainted. Miss Yulia Geller was the one who brought this when she first came to the scene, correct? Seems most likely. I don't think she was lying when she said she was bringing him coffee the moment she discovered the body. The problem is that earlier, 7:30 visit, why did Geller visit the scene of the crime before bringing him coffee? And why hide the truth from us? I did say that we shouldn't point the finger at Miss Geller for this, but I also can't help but be suspicious. With how things stand now, the person most likely to have committed the crime is still Geller. Unless we find some other possibility, the blame is most likely to fall on her in the end. Wow, is there 1, 2? Where's number 3? Oh shit. A feather. Should I read into this feather? Feather read. I hear the death cries of a bird as it's being ripped apart. The sound of the blade dragging into its flesh. This feather was dropped from the flap of its wing. Then this feather was dropped by a living bird. Since this was a theater used for a circus, I imagine it came from a pigeon used for the show. Speaking of which, a dead pigeon was found during this in a search for the murder weapon. This feather probably came from that pigeon. I thought it was I thought it was like a quill. I'm like, you can write with a pigeon quill? I guess you can. Nope. They killed a bird. What the fuck? They killed a bird? That's fucked up. Hey. Birds are cool. The feather probably stuck to the body of whoever killed the pigeon and then fell off whenever they visited the scene of the crime. At least that's a fair assumption. So you think whoever killed the pigeon is our murderer? Probably. Having a live pigeon on the person could interfere with carrying out the crime. But a pigeon won't exactly bark like a dog or anything. So did the culprit really have to kill it? Oh no. London pigeons bark. I thought you were joking at first. But since this city has supernaturally gifted people in it, I feel like you might be telling the truth. Of course I'm joking. The pigeons are just pigeons. Though I am unsure if preacher pigeons can bark. Preacher, more fantastical jargon. The fact that the sergeant throws all this jargon around like the words are commonplace is quite disconcerting. There's a water stain on the rug here. At the very least, we can tell that's not blood. Should I get a read on it? What is it? It feels hot, and then slowly the moisture spreads. That smell is a black tea. After the liquid pooled, someone crossed it. Thinking back on the footprints in the trace, this might have been Yulia Geller. I didn't smell anything. So was the sergeant catching a smell from the past? After smelling the black tea from the memory, I feel like having a cup myself. Would you make me some later, Nip? I don't know how my tea would taste. I'm not much for tea. Are you being serious? I am. I prefer coffee to tea. That's because you haven't tried a cup of genuinely scrumptious black tea. I'd rather save the money for a genuinely scrumptious tea and buy a genuinely scrumptious coffee instead. You have no intentions on changing your mind on this, have you? Nope. I mean, maybe. Well then, maybe next time we meet, you may find we are enemies. Is this really that important to you? Black tea? Yeah, black tea. That does look like black tea. Black tea isn't like red. It's like, it isn't like actually black. It's like, it either comes in like red or yellow, right? I think more commonly it comes in red, but it does come in yellow. Pure black coffee. This dartboard. Probably not related to the crime, but shall we read into it? Oh, the dartboard. Yeah. It's got dots stuck in it. However, they weren't thrown by a normal hand. It has something stronger, almost like it was shot out of a gun. Not just darts in it either, huh? These are playing cards. For instance, a king of spades. How'd he get playing cards stuck into the dartboard? Was he also a staffer? Well, magicians can throw cards like they're weapons. At least, that's the image I'm getting. I'm not seeing that, so don't go framing it out quite yet. I think we've investigated everything we're looking into, and I'm also going to save. You took proper record of everything. This is top-notch memory survey. I think we found some oddities, but nothing with a clear connection to our case. Don't be too disappointed. Give some time and you'll start to see the meaning behind the clues we just uncovered. Still, I feel like we're missing something. Isn't there anything that stands out to you, Sergeant? Well, if I had to pick one thing, maybe the ceiling? The ceiling? What about it? We haven't looked up yet. Oh, it's covered in blood! And there's like a weird brown stain behind it. The brown stain isn't there. Oh, someone... There's a brown stain. Is that brown or red? Projectile. That's all I'll say. Ah. You see? If you look carefully, you'll see that there's blood on the ceiling. Thank God our perspective is from up to down, because we couldn't see the blood from here. When we find blood on the ceiling, it most often means the victim and the assailant got into a physical altercation. The blood splatter usually comes from the backswing from an already bloodied weapon. He poops blood out. Gross. Ah, gross. That's his staffer skill. Oh, gross, dude. Oh shit, I cut myself. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. he's like cooking. He's like, oh shit. His staffer case is to naturally. Ugh. He bleeds poop or he poops blood. Both are bad. In this case, the victim was killed with a single blow, no? We found no signs of struggle on the corpse. Precisely. Which is why the blood splatter feels out of place. I'd love to get up there and read its memory, but it's no easy feat. Maybe it's because of this theater, but the ceiling's almost 5 meters up. If there's blood on the ceiling... Handy! Yulia Geller is ready for questioning. Would you like to get started? That voice. Was that Detective Tina? Ah, the voice is coming from me. Oh, right. This plot line. So, a walkie-talkie. The spoons! The sporks. I remember this. Where will we carry out the interrogation? We've got the suspects in the green room. The small, dark room space makes it perfect, don't you think? Sounds good. Give us 5 minutes. Sergeant, what's that? Huh? It's a spork. We use these instead of walkie-talkies.
So, it's a walkie-talkie shaped like a spork?
No, it's a spork. A cross between a spoon and a fork.
I know that much, but tell me, why is Tina's voice coming from a spork? How exactly does it work?
I'm not quite sure myself. After all, we can't be sure which objects will become staff.
Staff? What?
Ah, I guess you're not completely in the know. We call objects with special abilities like this book, for an instance, staff.
This is silly just to be silly. Yeah, it's why is spork of all things, right?
Just like the staff is, these objects are also phenomena.
Then staff is just an object version of staffer?
In truth, staffers are the human version of staff. But, I mean, you get the gist of it. Here, now you get one too. If you want to get a hold of someone, just hold upside down and speak.
Oh, but why does it have to be a spork? No, let's not dwell on it. I should focus on the case.
Now, you're going to play an active role in interrogations now as well.
Can I really?
It's important that you experienced a little bit of everything.
How about we have radios or like, I don't know, special things for everybody? Like maybe like a medallion, I don't know, like a button, maybe even a button.
I have matters to attend to that require me to leave the theater for a while. While I'm out, you go help Tina.
Okay, I'll go give it a try.
Though I'm not sure I'll actually be much of a help. That's true. We have no idea if you'll actually be much of help. But it'll be better if you're not tagging along.
I don't think I'll be zero help though.
You think so? Then I'll be looking forward to seeing what you can do. Not that much though.
Well, that sure does make me want to get something done.
Detective Thina said suspects would be going to the green room, right?
Nope, it's forks. We have forks in our pockets now. We have sporks in our pockets. How about we use the spirit of the court? Little did you know, that's how the sporks operate. They all have a spirit de corps maxed out. And they're like, we're so good at it, we can read your minds. And you could communicate to other officers.
Welcome to the world of interrogations. It's rather admirable you drag yourselves all the way to help Note. I guess the Note nickname is catching on. In the beginning, it was my job to decide the nicknames within the Man Affairs division, but this time it looks like Pandy beat me to it.
Speaking of this whole Pandy thing, you're talking about Sergeant Pandoria Redfins, right?
I'm not sure how appropriate it is to call a superior officer by a nickname. A nickname is part of one's identity. It's what you need to survive when you work in this field.
What field is she working in where this is normal for her? Excuse me, how long am I gonna have to wait? Oh, it's Yulia Geller. So you have a thing on. Why do you have a thing on? Why is that there? Why are you hiding something? You're hiding something, aren't you?
I don't know a voice of you. Let's get this over with.
Ah, this woman. Is she Yulia Geller?
That she is. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, miss. I'm Notre Case of the Man Affairs Division.
No need for introductions. I don't remember you anyway.
But you're a staffer, right, Miss Geller? I heard that you were gifted with telekinesis.
You should have all my information since I gave you a lot my bureau file before. Can't you figure out from what's written there?
With all the strange jargon on the document, I honestly couldn't have told you from a look.
Sorry, this guy's a rookie. Could you give him a demonstration? If I must. Stay back while I use my skill. It only makes it harder to control.
Of course.
Well, I could show you with this pen. How's that?
Oh! Oh? That's it?
The pen's floating. Aren't you impressed? What more do you want from me?
How can I put this? It's less of a magic trick and more of a supernatural ability. I find myself quite disinterested all of a sudden. Would your audience members enjoy something like this?
Are you in your right mind? Of course I perform different stunts on stage. That was just to show you off my skill. Amateur. Miss Geller, I've heard you're a clown here at the Trump Tower, but your personality doesn't seem like that cheerful. Hobbies put on a cheery act when I take on the stage, but do you expect a clown to act so ludicrously in real life? Chumps like you who can't distinguish fiction from reality are the reason Vladimir Nabokov caught so much heat. I have no idea who that is. I'm sorry, Mr. Nabokov. More importantly, I've already said all I had to say. Why am I here? Miss Geller, you're here because of Note here. Huh? We're just about to conclude that you are a culprit, but Note voiced his objections. In fact, Note's the reason you're getting a second chance. However, you should think carefully about what you say from now on, alright? Alright. Right up against the table, please. Okay. Hey, Note? Huh? It's good to be polite and all, but now's not the time. A detective shouldn't be looked down upon, understand? Yeah, I understand. I mean, not that you're... Not that you've got the most polite way of speaking ever. So, Miss Geller, I've got a question for you. Alright. How about the day in question? Before you happened upon the body, did you see the victim at all? Since we already know everything, I think twice about lying. Yes, I did. The ringleader called me in 7:30, so I went to see him. That lines up with the trace photo. You have a photo? No need to get into that. More importantly, we'd like you to tell us what happened at 7:30. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about what happened then. Could you give me some time regarding that matter? Okay, then perhaps we should hear from someone else first. Okay, very well then. Wouldn't it have been better to pry a little further? We can pry later. If we push it too hard, we'll have a harder time detecting abnormal heartbeats. More important than that, Note, you almost got us into a heap of trouble, you know? Huh? The fact that we use our skills on suspect is strictly confidential. If they were aware of our skills, they could think of counters to them. Sorry. I didn't think about that. Seriously, I haven't figured out if you're a genius or a dunce. Watch your mouth, okay? If one of the suspects caught word... excuse me. So that's when I said, would you rather eat that if it tasted like ice cream or ice cream if it tasted like that? If you're gonna change the subject, couldn't you have picked a better topic? That's sort of gross. That's all I could think of in the heat of the moment. I have something I have to say before... I feel like I started a little bit harsh. With everything going on, I've been a bit touchy and, thank you for a second chance, Detective No Trick Case. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't tell you my name. Trick. No Trick. Chick. She can read minds too. Oh god. Whoa. Quite a development, huh? She just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to get in close with the detective. Still. Did you really not? I don't think I did. Did I call her Note? You know, I probably... Oh, I did. He did. Still, she heard you. She remembered your name, Note. True. It's quite nice hearing your honest gratitude. After all, we don't hear it often. Detective Brian? Never mind. Yeah. Again with the spork. So, did you bring in the suspects? Indeed. Both of them are waiting outside. Great. Lead them in one at a time. Let's start with the bloke. Magician Frederick Vernon. At your service. Whoa. There's a hairstyle you could spot in a crowd. You could lose your soul in a hand of cards with hair like that. Hair like what, exactly? Note. Have you still not seen his bureau file? Here it is. Have a look. Frederick Vernon's skill is radio ignition. Ignition means he can light fires, right? And does this part mean that it radiates outwards from a central point? Yeah. Simple enough. Seems like something you men would enjoy. I'm just glad it's easier to understand than indiscernible object manipulation. Most of my magic makes use of my skill. Things like setting fires to targets and the like. I'd love to show you, but it may be difficult due to the risk of starting a fire. That's quite alright. There are those skillful enough to fool us about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. But since you troop members here at the Trump Tower use your skills during your performances, pulling the wool over our eyes is impossible. Still, can you really call using a skill a magic trick? Magic normally relies on illusions. Even if I did do magic without the use of my skill, do you think anyone would believe it was a trick? This city is full of staffers. I decided that instead of trying my hardest to conceal my powers and be called a fraud, I'd openly show them. Thankfully, the response was satisfactory. Plus, there's something romantic about a man who can shoot fire out of his hands. That may be your personal preference speaking. But, sorry. Calling you in here so suddenly might be quite the inconvenience, yes? No, it's quite alright. The man wearing the monocle provided me a blanket and a spot of tea after turning on some classical music. Seems like the Bureau treats their suspects quite nicely. It's the man wearing the monocle who goes to strange lengths. More importantly, I'd like to move on to discussing the case. That's why he called me here. That's why he called from you, is it not? Should we? Then please, scooting close to the table. Well then, could you tell me about the last time you saw the deceased? If you'd like. This is Mr. Vernon. He doesn't seem as hot as his hairstyle makes him out to be. Then he goes like full anger, inside out angry. I visited the scene of the crime at about 8:30. It was due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim. I knocked on the door for almost 5 minutes, but there was no response. I couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside. So I just went back to what I was doing. I didn't go inside. I couldn't have killed him. Besides, there were no hard feelings between him and I. That's all I know. Fucking liar. He burned the thing, right? Shorter statement than I imagined. He seemed like he had a lot to say. Well, that's why you shouldn't judge based on appearances. No, with hair like that, he should be every sentence with fire, or at least he could add in some passion, no? So ridiculously rude. It's almost admirable. Admirable. Well, first things first, check out the statements we got so far. Note. Alright, let's see here. I got 2 new documents, Vernon's bureau file and his statement. I should take a closer look at them. Since I'm not a staffer, the only thing I could do to help is to look for clues within the documents written by others. Let's think. If I can find something worth noting and point it out, I might be able to find another clue. I very clearly did not have any anger towards the ringleader. There were no hard feelings between us whatsoever. No hard feelings. Absolutely none. There were no hard feelings. Anywhere. In Mr. Vernon's statement, there's a blatant lie. A lie? Take another look at the witness statement. Don't you notice anything strange? You're right. I detected an abnormal heartbeat during the last line of his sentence. Or statement. Fuck. Mr. Vernon is much more calm than his appearance would have us believe. But even though he wasn't talking about death, I want a raise. Give me a raise. That's the beef between them. I haven't gotten a raise since I joined this troop. I need money. These bills for our staffers are getting higher by the second. Even though he wasn't talking about the death, you detected an abnormal heartbeat, meaning he was lying. Wow, not even familiar with the new terms, and you're already figuring out figuring it out faster than Athena using her skill. Stupendous. The false part of the statement is, besides, there are no hard feelings between him and I, right? In other words, Mr. Vernon did have a problem with the deceased, huh? That's right. Should we get another statement regarding that part then? Is there a problem? Mr. Vernon, you said that there were no hard feelings between you and the victim, right? Yes, that's right. I'm sure you know the difficulties that may arise if you find out you're lying to us. I have no idea what you're talking about. The ringleader and I weren't exactly friends, but there was no friction between us. It's not gonna work. He keeps dodging us to the bitter end. What? You call it quits there? You know that was an obvious lie. But there's no use. If he finds out about my skill, he'll refuse to tell us anymore. In cases like this, it's best to find something he can't talk his way out of. Something he can't talk his way out of? You got to present undeniable evidence of the suspect. Evidence that proves that the statement was a lie. Evidence that proves the statement was a lie. Things aren't as bad yet. Things aren't all bad yet. We can't get another statement, but we know that which part is a lie. All we have to do is find another clue that contradicts the first statement. So, do we have any evidence to fight between the fight between our victim and Vernon? Where you joined last week. You've only been here for a day. You started yesterday and you want to raise? Proof that Mr. Vernon's statement is false. In other words, we have to find a clue that Mr. Vernon was on bad terms with the victim, right? Then, if I can connect that clue with the false part of the statement, I can bring Mr. Vernon's lie to light. I should look through the documents that we've uncovered thus far. Maybe there's a clue that will tell us some sort of relationship that Mr. Vernon had with the deceased. Am I two-shotting this? I think I'm two-shotting this. I mean, I think it's obviously the vase. No, not the vase. The grotesque. This. Yeah. You liar! You burned his statue. Detective Thina, did you happen to see the odd decoration adorning the scene of the crime? Huh? I think I saw it. Are you talking about the work of art only the people in the know could appreciate? Work of art? Was there such a work? You don't know? It's displayed right next to the bookshelf. Of course, Mr. Vernon doesn't know, because it's no simple work of art after all. Sorry, I'm doing my best you impression. It was a bust model after the victim. Really? Then why does it look all swollen up by the abyss? According to the sergeant's investigation, someone melted it down with a powerful flame. Aha! Fire, huh? How do you think that happened? There wasn't exactly a bonfire in that room, and there were no signs the bust was carried out. Is it even possible to make a bust look like that? The only way that's possible is if it was done by a staffer with an ignition skill. That staffer must have absolutely hated the victim. The nerve required to make a bust of the victim into an abstract artwork. Mr. Vernon? Yes? With you and the victim, things were bad, huh? I would like to apologize. Oh, I would like to apologize. We've broken him. He's the culprit. Wow, we got him quick. Why lie? I'm sorry, but I figured if I'd found out I got into a scuffle with the ringleader, you might turn your suspicions towards me. I thought I was being honest with you, but you're all part of the bureau, right? Why does that matter? You're right. Since I'm also a staffer, I figured showing weakness in front of the bureau, well, let's just say I had a bad feeling about it. I've heard that the Bureau has a bad reputation, at least at first glance. But I had no idea people trusted us this little. No, it's not even a question of trust. I feel like Mr. Vernon is actually terrified of us. I'm not completely unaware of what you may be feeling, but making false statements will only hurt you in the end. I'm going to write up a new statement. Will you be honest this time? I will. They're gonna put us in handcuffs and they're gonna torture us for weeks. No one could have come along with that man. Could have gone along with that man. He never had the greatest personality, but it only got worse these past few days. I'm aware that he's amassed quite the gambling debt, so I'd wager that that's probably the reason. He was crossing the line of how much slander he threw away, and Gela got the lion's share. The only thing that he could do was jump high, so he asked a whole lot from the rest of us. We ended up getting into a yelling match 2 days ago before the incident. Nothing good was said, so I kept it a secret from the others. That's when I got angry and burned the sculpture. Even now, I think I went too far. That's when I went to apologize to him the day of the incident. Is that all I'll get out of him? Is he the one who forced you to style your hair that weird? Yes. The ringleader took his directing role very seriously, to an odd degree. He forced me to act like I'm some character full of passion, and at the end of every speech it's fire, or something similar that puts an exclamation point on what I'm saying. That's how Athena would have you do it. No, it isn't. The thought never crossed my mind. It too. If the victim really was like that, why'd you stay at the circus this whole time? There must have been a way to shift careers. Hold up. There wasn't. No other troops would accept us, I can assure you of that. Regardless, that's all I have for you. I'm sorry to disturb your investigation. Shall we call our next suspect then? I just did. Hello. Bye-bye. Careful. I know. So, you must be Miss Oz Aston. Indeed, Oz Aston. Trump Tower's resident acrobat. It's a bureau file. Have a look. Thank you. From what I see on your file, Miss Aston, your skill is chain ice formation. Ice formation. That would be freezing water into ice, but what's the chain part about? The range of my skill... the range of my skill is less than a single centimeter, and I can only use it when I come into contact with water. However, once I use my skill a single time, it sets off a chain reaction, forming an ice block up to 5 meters. So if you merely touch a surface of the pool, if you merely touch the surface of a pool of water, you can freeze up a 5-meter radius. How does she have a weapon? Oh, her threat level? Or are you talking about her popsicle? Yeah, that popsicle is a weapon right now with her skill. Oh god! She's gonna freeze us! That's her popsicle is the weapon? Yes. I've shown that exact ability up on stage before. However, I'm not able to freeze any liquid. My catalyst, the only liquid that I'm able to freeze is purified water. I see. I've got a general idea of her skill now. However, Miss Aston, unlike the previous two, actually has a catalyst for her bureau file. I should probably keep that in mind. Now that we're done with the introduction, shall we get on to the main show? The main show, huh? This woman is as straightforward as Mr. Vernon. Alright, let's get to it then. Before you begin your testimony, would you mind scooting up close to the table for me? Of course. After all, I'm quite the cool character. The first message was censored. Yeah, I'm like, you're censoring your last week message. I'm like, so like something happened. I went to his office only once. the time was maybe 8 in the evening. However, I didn't step inside. When I stopped by, the ringleader was sleeping. I was worried he'd get angry if I woke him, so I returned to our green room. A time after, I heard Yulia screams.
Quite the cool character, huh?
I sprinted to the office where I heard her screams were coming from to find his corpse.
Are you alright, miss?
Whatever do you mean?
When you recalled the incident in question, you looked like you were trembling.
I believe you're mistaken. Such affairs hardly affect me.
A few people could use such affairs to describe a murder. Even the popsicle is melting. Her popsicle's feeling, it's a part of her.
Hase Aston, I find you rather unique individual. You haven't touched that ice lolly you're holding, so I carry it around with you. Perhaps Mr. Vernon said he was acting out a passionate character on stage, right? Maybe Miss Aston is also playing a character. We're not exactly on stage, so I keep up the act. Besides, what character is this supposed to be? One with a split personality. Since Mr. Vernon, with fire, was made to focus on his passion, Miss Aston's probably acting out a cool-headed character. Thinking about it like that, I do feel quite sympathetic. Detective Tina, what's the matter? Dear Lord, if you haven't figured it out yet, Miss Aston's lying to you. Excuse me? What kind of accusation is that? Miss Aston, you said you never opened the office door, right? Then how could you know the victim was asleep? Well, there's a perfectly good explanation for that. The explanation is that you're the culprit. You snuck in while he was sleeping and killed the man. She must have lied about not having to open the door. You whipped out your gun really quickly. Kya! That's a rather hasty conclusion to make. And would you please work on the habit of whipping out your gun at all times? You know what they say about old habits. Detective Dina's logic. It seems sound at first, but is it true? There aren't any clues that contradict her hypothesis? Let's print out her claim and check it against some other documents. If I want to support or oppose someone else's opinion, I have to print out the transcript, right? You did it! You opened the door! X. She has no profound ideas about X. Take it like she said nothing at all. The sergeant isn't here right now. She must have lied about opening the door. How do we say that? Wasn't Ozba? Yeah, she didn't give a full... Did she give a full statement? I guess she did. Oh, but yeah, she was about to be like, I can explain myself, right? There's a perfectly good explanation for that, yeah. No, it's a completely sound. It's a completely logical statement to make. She must have lied about not opening the door. I'm aware that he's yelling fight, burned the sculpture. 8:30. So he visited after Aston, right? And after 5 minutes, there's no response. Yeah, if I were to support her, I'd be like, why didn't Vernon see him? Right? I think it's this one. Do I oppose or what did she say? When I stopped by, he was sleeping, but the only way she could have seen him is if she opened the door. Her logic is sound, but what? It seems how it's true. Is there anything that she did this? It does seem sound. Yanked a pigeon after struggle. Eight. Trying to, yeah, I think it is this. But there's nothing. There's nothing here works. None of these make sense. I couldn't hear the slightest movement from inside. She must have lied about not opening the door. How? How's she a liar? How's she lie? How you know she lie? These two cooperated. No. My vision. My mind vision. Wait, she said she went to the room and killed her, right? There's no footprints of her. Like, at all. There's no footprints. How do I... How do I say there's no footprints? The footprints. The footprints. She will have to walk in. This whole thing. How do I say all of it? No, this isn't helping. Huh, are you talking about the door or are you talking about the... Even then, so Brian's comment is like such a hasty. It's like not hasty. Well, it is. It's talking about it being hasty, but like it's such like a broad, like it could be anything. It's like this is really fast. Due to tremor. Oh. She's not lying about him sleeping, though. I just realized I've been spelling Brian's name wrong. Brian. Byron's? Brian? Oh. Hee. How did you know that the victim was sleeping? Snuck in and killed him. Must have lied or not. Ah, yeah, I see. Must have lied about not opening the door. So she... No, she didn't lie about not opening the door. I don't... How do I prove that? This is off the basis that she knew that he was asleep, right? How could you know that the victim was sleeping? Yes. However, I didn't step inside. Huh? Really? I highlighted that earlier, huh? I totally did. Detective Tina. What's wrong? If you pour me with too much admiration on me, that might lead to some problems. It's not that, I don't think she's lying. I didn't think I would use her statement to prove that she's innocent. You know what I mean? Maybe that's kind of an oversight. Like, she's not lying because she said she didn't do anything. But, like, I would much rather use, like, another piece of information or another piece of evidence for that. Oh, well. What? The part of Miss Aston's statement about not opening the door? She wasn't lying. I could tell, like, we're, like, sitting, we're having our mind, like, deduction. We're like, oh, shit, that's not right. And she's like, can I continue? Please? The part of Miss Aston's statement about not opening the door, she wasn't lying. Huh? Why would you say that? Let's have a look at the witness statement we just wrote. When she said she didn't open the door, I didn't detect any sort of... Oh. That too. I forgot about that. You didn't detect any sort of abnormal heartbeat. Indeed. If your claim was true, Detective, you should have detected some abnormality in her heart rate at that part of the statement. All right. Then what happened? How did Aston know that the victim was sleeping? The reason Miss Aston knew the victim was asleep, maybe it's because... Is it this? Yes. Of course, the sound. What sound? It's snoring. Right when I was about to open the door, I heard the ringleader snores. His snoring was one thing to behold. Why didn't we just let her talk about this? Okay, well. So you heard the victim snores and knew he was asleep. You really expect us to believe that? It's true. Why are you doing this? Why only prove my claims wrong? What am I supposed to say to that? When the sergeant read the memory of the chair at the scene of the crime, she said she heard snoring. The snoring only stopped after a dull thud. The victim was snoring right up to the moment he was killed. I can see no logic that leads to any sort of falsehood in a statement. Congratulations, Note. You passed the last test. That was no test. Could we just say it was? Logical. So, is my name cleared for this now? It is. Sorry to have casted blame where it didn't belong. No, it's quite alright. As I said, I'm a cool-headed person. So it's natural for me to arise to suspicion. Who's gonna tell her? I should. Miss Oz Aston, you don't look the least bit cool with what's going on. Instead of cool, I'd go with someone suffering from a mental breakdown. Just the overall concept of carrying around an AZALI to look cool, it's so one-dimensional, it actually comes off as comes off as kind of cute, no?
You say something reasonable.
How could you? You're just acting cool because that's the character you play on stage, huh? You're right. When the ringleader first saw my skill, he was like, "You could control ice, huh? Let's make you the ice queen." He said I had to change my personality, my attire. Even the temperature of the green room is to match the chill. This guy was insane, huh? I'm not the most skilled actress, so I try my hardest. I'm not the most skilled actress, so I try my hardest to keep the cool attitude, but it seems like it's no use. I do believe we need to find out more about the victim, John Henry Houdin. Could you give a statement on what sort of person Houdin was and your opinions on what your opinions are on him? I'd like you to specifically focus on the role he forced upon you. Okay, I'll try. Honestly, it was Yulia who suffered the most. But that's not to say she did anything to deserve that. The ringleader most often said to Yulia, "I was tricked into hiring that girl." Gela can make things float, but only those close enough to reach out and touch. If you really think about it, the leader's special ability had to do with soaring through the air, so he must have looked down upon her. Also, he always envied Vernon for being the most popular and tried to throw a spanner into his work. I guess they got into a yelling match a while back too. He even tried to put his hands on me once. Fortunately, he stopped right before hitting me. That's all I can think up right now. Could I leave?
Oh. Is being able to leave no trace. Honestly, that's what some of these skills might be like, you know? Could this have been a suicide? From where? Where is he jumping that high for that to happen? And then what is someone concealing it?
Indeed, you've put yourself through enough. Don't go too far there. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Wasn't there blood on the ceiling? Yeah. Yeah. So we have to assume that he was killed while he was sitting there. You think he's bashing himself on the top of the head?
The victim was absolute human filth. I can't find myself thinking that I'm glad he was killed. Honestly, I'm glad that's not something a detective should be saying. No one in this world deserves death. Still so untainted, our Brian. At the very least, the fact that he was murdered doesn't seem that odd anymore.
I was thinking he slandered. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Maybe. Wait, do we have his I don't think we have his bureau file. I just want to see how it works now. This world is too cruel for me. I'm losing all my money because of gambling. Something must be done. Stands up. He making sure his chair is behind him. Super jump activate. That's so funny.
From the statements I've collected, I can now see that each one of the three suspects had a motive for killing the victim. Is there a single person in the world who deserves death? That's an interesting question, but nothing we should be fretting about now. There's no single person in this world who can try to hide a murder. Murder.
Fuck, how do I say that?
That's the only important topic for the likes of us. Sergeant, all finished with the business you had to attend to? That I am. Here, a present.
Hey, collateral. What's this? Hey, thank you.
The victim's bureau file. I found it near the gambling den. He must have had an urgent business to attend to. He left his bureau file as collateral. And if the bureau had to find out about that, he'd have He'd have a quick date with the Sharon for a ride. With what? I'm really not surprised. I see that Houdin is a confirmed staffer. I guess that was a given, though, that since they said everyone at the Trump Tower was a staffer, huh? The victim's skills seems to have been that he was capable of object propulsion, so he was firing things off. Looks like he was able to fire objects within range like rockets. The victim, like the other suspects, made a show of said skill at the circus. But I mean, this bureau file won't be much use with how things currently stand, so you can ignore that. More importantly, I was listening in on the spork. Have you still not gotten used? You still here? Have you still not gotten Yulia's next statement? We asked her about the visit at 7:30, but she said she wanted to make a statement about that later on. Strange. Aston said she heard the victim snoring at around 8 a.m., 8 o'clock. Even if Gela is our culprit, she couldn't have committed the crime at 7:30. Maybe something happened at 7:30 that's difficult for her to talk about. Isn't that really quick? It says object propulsion. It's really fast. How many of meters in miles? That's not overly it's not overly quick. But it is maybe is it gun? It's gun, right? Yeah, it's gun. It's like having a gun. Being able to shoot things at a gun, like a gun. Sounds like you might know something. That's right. Aston's statement just a moment ago gave me a thought. There's a document that spells out exactly what happened during Geller's 7:30 visit to the scene of the crime. The answer is quite obvious when you stop to think about it. Show us then. If you think something bad happened to Geller, show us the information that proves what it was. High velocity? Are we proving that she got smacked? We're pretty sure that she got smacked, right? The victim especially disliked Geller. Geller can't move. Oh, is it? Oh, it's full. Oh. So... something unpleasant happened between them. Nope. Damn, really? We're only using one statement. We can... Do we use this? I think we use this then. Strong impact on the victim's palm. Yep. Huh! You hit her! You hit her! Miss Aston said the victim once almost struck her, correct? That's right. Thankfully, he pulled back, so it remained that he almost struck her. About that, you think it was really almost? Excuse me? If you take a look at the victim's hand in the trace photo, you can clearly see a sign of impact. Now that you mention it, I did notice that. I thought it was strange back then, so I made a note of it. What was it from exactly? A sign of struggle? No. We've confirmed that the victim was alive until 8 o'clock. The blow was struck before then. Well then, where did the trace come from? The trauma to his palm may have come from when he slapped someone, don't you think? He used his staff to propel his hand into Yulia's face. Oh God. You're a fucker. Jean, you're a fucker. People don't usually just slap an assailant when they're being attacked. There's a good chance that this is evidence of an unreciprocated blow. No way! Aston said it herself. He never actually hit her. I wasn't able to detect any abnormal heartbeat during that part of her statement. That may be true. Miss Aston was never struck by the victim. But what about the other troop members? Sent himself flying. He Shoryukened himself. Oh, my life is so over. Oh, God, what am I supposed to do? My life. I'm a terrible person. So, I can't live it anymore. Very well, instead of a gun to his mouth, it's his fist. Very well, world. And he just, and then into the ceiling, and then back down. He sits into the chair. He's like, that's why his hand was facing out. That's the hand. That's the hand that he was. He punched himself with. Oh. The blow was struck at 7:35. At the time, there happened to be someone else at the scene of the crime. You don't say. It was none other than the clown of the Trump Tower, Julia Geller. So Julia Geller met the victim at 7:30. The victim assaulted her. You think that's the part she didn't want to discuss? If you're a suspect in a murder case, you certainly want to hide a truth regarding your conflict with the victim. Also, some people hide the fact that they have been victims of crimes due to self-esteem issues. Reasons aside. Note, since you found out the truth, Geller now has no reason to withhold her statement. Call in Julia Geller. Get in here. You are covering it up. What's the matter, Miss Geller? Let me be straightforward with you so we don't end up tiring each other out. You entered the scene of the crime at 7:30. Did the victim assault you? How do you find out about that? We have our ways. Does that mean you're admitting to the assault that took place? No. We did get into a heated discussion, but the ringmaster didn't lay a hand on me. It'd be wise for you to tell us the truth. I just told you the truth. He didn't. What might I have done for him to want to hit me? Well, I can't think of a reason why he'd want to resort to violence. After all, such an action is beyond justification. Yet, as to why the victim held ill will against you, I've heard a few things. The reason the victim held a grudge against you, Miss Geller, might have to do with... It's just... the gun, Your Honor. Your Honor, this... Look at Exhibit A. The victim. As you can see, his hand sticking out. For whatever reason. There must be a reason, right? Well, let me present Exhibit B. His skill. Where is the... I got tricked into hiring that girl. Yes. Your Honor. Case closed. You go into a bank with just sticking out your hand. Hands up. Don't do anything. And like, oh no. What is he gonna do? And then you have like a stash of bowling balls. Don't do anything. Wait, how under 8K? Damn, that's heavy, isn't it? $80 kilograms? Wait, kilograms. I thought that was just kilos. Okay, no. That's... Wait. How's that work? Oh, whatever. When he heard that the victim often said that he was tricked into hiring you as melee weapons. No, sometimes that's all you need. That's all you need. Miss Geller, your skill is limited in a number of ways. Thus, there's a limit to the number of stunts you're able to show us. Did those differ from the victim's expectations? Why the victim... Maybe that's why the victim... He didn't hit me. He didn't. And would the victim of an assault ever say that? She's sticking to her guns. Maybe this was all about her pride after all. This thing must be stifling. Excuse me? You're not performing, and yet you still choose to cover half your face. That mask. Do you normally wear it around? Miss Geller, would you mind showing your face to us? Could we see what's under the mask?
He hit you.
Please keep it a secret from the others.
He hit you. He hit you. What a bitch.
Did the victim give you that bruise? He did. And I'm sorry I hid it from you. I was afraid that you might suspect me for the culprit, but more than that, I didn't want the other troop members to find out.
It's an eye infection. That's more than just your eye. That's a pretty. It's like you got Animal Crossing bee stung, but it didn't like swell up. It just went black and blue. It's just like Jesus.
Why didn't you want them to find out? They know the victim was a bad guy, not you. That's not true. I'm the bad one here.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Geller.
What's that supposed to mean? Well, we'll hear the details when she makes her statement. Please tell us about your relationship with the victim. Okay, I'll tell you. Though I doubt this is information you're looking for.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. Geller.
At first, I was making ends meet by holding street performances. That's when I familiarized myself with the stunts I perform on stage these days. Then, one day, the ringmaster just happened to see those stunts and he asked me to come perform at the Trump Tower. It was later when I learned that the ringmaster was looking for a new troop member with telekinesis and mistakenly assumed that I used telekinesis to pull off my stunts.
Oh, that. Yes. Oh. Did the victim assault you?
No, it's just an eye infection.
So where'd you get the eye infection from?
The ringmaster punched me. He assaulted me.
Geller. What the fuck? Running in circles. What are you trying to get out of here?
It was because of him that I found my way into the circus, but I was unable to manipulate faraway objects like he was hoping. I tried to hide that fact from him at first, but he ended up finding out. It was natural for the ringmaster to have a certain level of detest towards me. I don't blame him for hitting me.
Oh. Geller. Well, that statement came out completely different from how I was expecting it to. Also, yeah, she didn't flinch at all. First things first, when you say stunts you perform on stage, what's stunts exactly?
They call me the jumping jester, but it's hard to put what I do into words exactly.
You're talking about this. I picked it up near the entrance of the theater. A poster for the Trump Tower. So the floating clown up here is you, Miss Geller.
It is. I jump as high as I can into the air, and then I use my ability to stop midair. I repeat the jump and hover, so I can jump even higher. Once I'm up there, I put on a show like I'm about to plummet to the ground. It's all about eliciting the best reaction from the audience.
It definitely sounds quite complicated. I better take this poster with me and keep it all fresh in my mind.
Also, there's one more detail that concerns me. You said you didn't think much of the victim striking you, right? It's not that I didn't think much of it, but I can understand why he did it.
You understand? Was he prone to using violence with you? I want to ask outright if she's being serious about what she said, but I'm sure that's the case regardless. After all, there are zero abnormal heartbeats detected during her statement.
This place, Trump Tower, is the first place I really feel like I belong. All the troop members share the same wounds as me.
The same wounds?
Even if I were to explain to you, Detective Case, I hardly think you could understand. From the moment we're born into this world, every event we staffers go through forms a wound we carry with us. I understand how and why the ringleader became the person he was. It's the same for everyone in this troop.
I doubt Mr. Vernon and Aston would share her same sentiment.
Trump Tower is everything to me.
I don't know if you should be saying that. That shit terrifies you? It'd be really effective on you then.
Yet I deceived the people here. It only follows that I should be punished for my deception. I can't read her heart because she's not touching the table. But As seasoned interrogations expert, I could tell you that those aren't the eyes of a liar. I just don't understand. As it turns out, everything that happened at 6:30 was as I expected. However, it's hard to say that any of this counts as progress. Something makes me feel like I only know a bunch of information I don't really care to know. I just hope the new statement we just I just hope that the new statement we just obtained gives us something to go on during the investigation. Wait, are we logicking out something? Nope. I think we've heard all we're going from our suspects. So, have you solved any of this riddle? I'm sure neither Mr. Vernon nor Miss Aston stepped foot into the crime scene that day, though they both got all the way up to the door. When you're dealing with staffers, murder from a distance is not out of the question. Just standing in front of the room is enough to raise suspicion. When we really step back to look at it, the problem is that we still don't know how the victim was murdered. After all, we still haven't found our missing murder weapon. But we've got a good deal of clues to go on, so it's time to start bouncing ideas off each other. Even if we do start bouncing ideas off each other, which ideas should we start with? First off, we require a means of identifying our suspects. Brian, you remember that favor I asked? Oh shit, my magnifying glass. I forgot I had this. Hey, Brian. I note. Whoa, note. Showing a bit much now, oh shit, I clicked by accident. Hold up. Speaking of that case, I mean, it's note now, right? I have something for you. You don't need to correct yourself there. Is this another trace photo? That's right. It's a photo I took from in front of the ringleader's office, yeah. In places with a lot of foot traffic, like corridors, it's hard to identify specific footprints, but there weren't many people who stepped in front of the door. Because all of our suspects routinely wear gloves, we have no fingerprints, but we were able to identify the footprints by the foot sizes. From that, we can get an estimate about when the victim was killed. You do catch on quick. So, let's make sure this matches the information we've collected thus far. First off, we discussed the set of footprints Julia Geller left at 7:30. More than a few times, they were the first. Oh, excuse me. That's when Geller was assaulted by her victim. That's when Geller was assaulted by a victim. Yet, it doesn't seem as though Geller holds any sort of grudge regarding that. As for the next set of footprints... 8 o'clock. Oz Aston swung by the room. According to her statement, she didn't enter the room. However, she did say she heard him snoring. We were able to prove that the statement true through Detective Dina's skill, showing that the victim was alive up to that point. Aston was the last person to witness any sign that the victim was still alive. Frederick Vernon visited the room at 8:45. He testified that he came at 8:30, but it seems that he was off by 5 minutes. Vernon says he knocked, but there was no response. Thus, we can confirm nor deny whether our victim was still amongst the living at that time. The last set of footprints was made at 9 o'clock. They were made by Julia Geller. They were made when Julia Geller came upon the victim of the body. The body of the victim. After that, Aston and Vernon reached the scene of the crime, but I did not mark those prints since they aren't pertinent to the case. There was one other trace evidence that stood out to me, so I marked it on the photo. But that's a matter for a later time. The square, the really square print. When I put all this information together, we can estimate a time of death for the victim. Somewhere between Aston's 8 o'clock to when the body was discovered at 9 o'clock. Somewhere in that 1 hour window, the victim was murdered.
Logical. Oh, it's so logical.
Great. We've got a time of death, so that counts as progress in the investigation, right? No, I can't agree with you on that. After all, each of our suspects visited the scene within the 1 hour window, isn't that true? Yeah, I guess we still don't know anything. I'm just about to disagree with myself. I was just about to disagree with myself. We're still clueless, huh? What's wrong with her? Just don't mind her. I see. Well, the last person to confirm our suspect was alive was Miss Aston. The first to confirm his death was Miss Geller, and Vernon dropped by in the time between. The fact that all three suspects can still be suspected of the crime means nothing has changed. How unfortunate. If we could narrow down the window of time, maybe we'd be able to narrow down our list of suspects. What if the victim was already dead when Vernon visited the scene of the crime? What if we had some way of proving that? If we were able to truly do that, we could clear Geller's subsequent visit and all suspicions of her. Of her, fuck. Yet it's not a wishful thinking. Is it though? No, what do you think?
Huh? Me? What do I think? Is there nothing I can raise an eyebrow at? Is there any clue we've collected so far that could lend truth to her suspicion?
Maybe if we consider how Miss Aston was able to confirm the victim was alive, maybe we can make use of the opposite.
Oh, right, because he said he heard nothing, right? I didn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside. Yeah, okay. I knew that was going to be important at some point. Always at the back of my mind. He didn't hear anything.
When Mr. Vernon visited the scene of the crime, he said he from inside. Moreover, we didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat when he said that. Indeed, yeah. Thus, we have no way of knowing whether our victim was dead or alive at that time. That's not true. There's a high possibility that the victim was already dead at that time.
What?
How can you say that with any certainty? The memory survey. When the sergeant read the memories of the chair our corpse was found in, she heard the victim's snores. Yes, and the victim's snoring continued before cutting out at one particular moment. Right. And what moment might that have been? The moment our victim was killed. Isn't that obvious? Do you know any dead people who can snore?
Thank you, Thina.
The most important thing isn't that the victim stopped snoring. What is important is the fact that the snore continued until the moment the victim was killed. I see. If the victim were still alive, then when Vernon dropped by, he would have heard the snores coming from inside yet. He didn't hear a single sound. In other words, when Mr. Vernon stopped by at 8:45, it was after the victim had been murdered. That means any suspicions that we had of Geller and her visiting the scene afterward has been cleared. No, that's not right. Yulia Geller's skill is indiscernible object manipulation, so she's basically telekinetic, no? Even if she's not standing right in front of the door, couldn't she have killed the victim through the wall or something? How about that? I still don't believe Miss Geller could have killed the victim from a distance. You're waiting for now to say that? No. The reason we weren't able to prove Yulia Geller was the murderer was because the strange way she approached the victim and the possibility of a murder from a distance. Is there a reason for your change of heart? After arriving here and the things I've heard so far, I believe we can say that we have new information on Miss Geller. This information proves that Miss Geller couldn't have committed the crime from a distance. I've got a document to prove that.
We do? We have a document for this? Yulia Geller was unable to...
What? Julia Geller was unable to kill the victim from remote manipulation. What is it? Her range? Is it the range? No. Then why not? He's not Geller's own document. Oh, is it? Oh, is it because we... Is it because of the timing? I think they're saying... Because none of Geller's footprints are... What? Couldn't have killed from a distance. Yeah, it has to be her document then. Oh, one pin. Get out of here. No. This? Julia Geller was unable to kill the victim with remote manipulation of the... Does it say anything? Didn't I just try that earlier? Wasn't that the last thing I just tried? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Like, I mean, that doesn't prove... What, the murder weapon? The fact that there's no murder weapon? No, don't worry about it. Ah, I see. Oh, she can make things so, but she can only those close enough to she could reach out and touch. Okay, I didn't even. That's such a random statement. I didn't even know Aston said that. Aston's testimony. Miss Aston spoke of something regarding Miss Geller briefly during her second testimony that piqued my interest. Right, I remember Aston saying that the victim tormented Geller the most. Yeah. Correct. The reason for that is being Geller's skill. Geller is able to make objects float, but she can't use that power however she'd like. Even if this were a simple case of telekinesis, it would take great powers of manipulation to kill someone through a wall. Yeah, it's weird, right? Maybe it's saying, like, if she's up... No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe, like off the ground? 2 meters off the ground? I don't know. But with Miss Geller not only being able to float some objects, do you think she'd be able to kill from afar? Is there any chance that Aston is wrong about all that? It seems as though people all use their skills during their performances. So unless they're hiding what they can do on purpose, the possibility that she's got the wrong idea is quite low. It turns out Geller would have needed to get quite close to the victim to commit the murder, so we're right back to our original hypothesis. Yet the conclusion this leads us is the exact opposite. As long as it stands that Miss Geller didn't enter the scene of the crime during the window of time that we've confirmed the victim dead, Julia Geller had no means of carrying out the murder. That means it only could have been Aston. With this, we've cleared Julia Geller of suspicion. We've narrowed our suspects down to 2. But in the end... Oh no, Vernon could have killed him too, right? Until we find out how the victim was murdered, it's going to be impossible to identify our murderer. We still haven't figured out anything about a murder weapon either. We still know nothing about the most important details of this case. If I may, though I can't say anything for certain, I had a thought about our murder weapon. Maybe our murder weapon wasn't hidden, but do you think it might have actually vanished? Vanished? I don't think any of them killed him. Yeah, I'm starting to have the same thought too, honestly. Your propel might actually be plausible. The propel... the propel suicide trick. It seems as though you and I are having the same thought. One of our suspects is able to craft a weapon like that. Precisely. It's possible because of the skill a suspect has. If these two are talking about our suspect's skill, could they be referring to this? The water. They're talking about this. Oh, it just melted away. It's happened before. Icicles used for murder, and then they got melted. That is a concept. The skill able to make a disappearing weapon is none other than Oz Aston's chain ice formation, right? In other words, you two think she crafted a weapon from ice? Precisely! That's precisely what I think. From the state of the corpse, it's clear that the weapon was a heavy blunt instrument, yeah? There's no way of hiding such a thing. It's obvious that it vanished, melting into a puddle. Oh, I give myself the goose flesh. What? Speaking of puddles, there was one at the scene of the crime, no? Yet, even if the weapon was made of ice, Miss Aston never opened the door. We have no footprints that indicate that she ever entered the premises. Well, she must have had her ways, no? Her ways is exactly what we're here to investigate. There may be a way around leaving footprints. If you take a look at the trace photo, there were a few square impressions left at the scene of the crime. Yeah, you're right about that. What on earth could have left these impressions? I thought they may have been little stepping stones made of ice. If Aston were to only step on blocks made of ice, it would be possible for her to hide her footprints. It's just a thought, but what do you all think? Oh, as the Americans say, Brian, give me some skin. Indeed. Well, the sergeant, she seems bothered by something. Okay, let's go with that. An ice weapon that melted, yeah. I think it's become not a common trope, but people use that trope now. Let's say that the killer crept on ice slabs and killed the victim with a blunt object of ice. Then what would she do on her way back? She would just leave them there. Where they were? No, they melt anyway. What if someone went into the room before they had time to melt? Would she have to stand guard and in the room with the corpse until then? Well, she could have somehow melted them. A bit of a logical stretch, but just in case, shall I help them work through this? How could she have melted the ice in a jiffy? It's not as though the means aren't there. Are they implying that they work together? They're implying the ice and fire people work together. Vernon. Need I say more? It's a classic. Vernon and Oz, they're working together. Careful, they planted these seeds so long ago. They knew it. If Vernon uses ignition skill, it'd be possible for them to melt the ice slabs. Indeed, that's the ticket. Aston and Vernon are accomplices in this crime. No, give me some skin. I'll take a rain check. I'll write you in for 8 o'clock tonight then. No, you're not actually entertaining their idea, are you? Don't you think it fits? The water on the floor. It's clearly what Aston used for his skill's catalyst. Then they must have melted the ice when they used the murder weapon with Vernon's skill. That's why the carpet was soaked.
Are there really no holes in Detective Dina and Detective Brian's reasoning? I should have one more look at the clues I've gathered. There might be something I'm missing somewhere. Was the puddle on the carpet really made when the blocks of ice when the blocks of ice made by Aston melted? I clearly remember Aston's skill having an important difference when compared to the other suspects. I want an explanation for the blood on the ceiling. We're probably gonna get there at some point. I don't know when though. Anyways, she can't do it. She has to touch oh shit. I think this is right. Damn, this is a two-parter. I have to select two things. Was the puddle on the carpet really made by... Oh, right. Hold up. The carpet, right? The rug. That isn't it? Or is it the warm tea? Because it's not purified water. Okay. My apologies, but the water left on the floor couldn't have served as your catalyst. Excuse me? What are you saying exactly? No, are you a spy? Please, just have a quick look at Aston's bureau file. Unlike the other suspects, Miss Aston's skill needs a catalyst. These catalysts serve as certain... These catalysts serve as certain conditions that need to be met for a skill to be put to use. In Aston's case, she needs water to use her skill. Yes, but specifically she needs purified water to use her skill. Why does that matter? Read the document carefully. The liquid at the scene of the crime was entirely black tea. I see. Black tea is hardly purified water. Miss Aston couldn't have used it as her catalyst. Then our logic is hogwash. I guess it is. Brian, I'd like to return the skin you slapped me. Rather unfortunate. I thought our logic was quite sound. She's going on about returns. Now she's going on about... Logical! We just witnessed our two detective friends being dumb. No worries. I love them, so... They just forced me to save? Press enter to continue. I would like to continue, please. I want to go until the end of chapter 1, please. Giving hope to people who got nothing more for them only to rip their hope away. You're quite a wicked one, Note. I would hardly say we've got nothing going for us. Did I do something wrong? Well, their logic didn't really have a leg to stand on in the first place. If Aston made a weapon made of ice, we would have found a large tub full of all that water. Though I must say, it was rather entertaining. Who's calling who wicked now? One way or another, we've still got the same problem. After all this, we still have no one who could have killed the victim. That's where you're wrong. As long as we have the victim's corpse on our hand, our killer has to be out there. However, we're going to have to consider every staffer in this troop could be the culprit. We couldn't have missed a smidge of a clue. Then, this is all about the ice, huh? You've really got to think for ice, don't you, Detective Tina? Yet, from the lack of footprints, it's clear that no one entered the room during the time window when our victim died. And they couldn't have just flown in. Plus, I
cannot think of a way for any of them to have committed the crime without stepping a foot inside. After all, the range of our suspect's skills are way too short. How on earth did this happen then? This is the first time all 3 members of our division have used their skills and not been able to find the culprit. So, we have to rely on a 4th member.
Ah, you're talking about me again.
Indeed, you're our newest member, so try your hand.
The responsibility shoveled onto the rookie is more burdensome than I thought.
Even without her saying all that, I have no intention of giving up at this point.
Accepting suicide. Accepting suicide. That's a weird way to say that.
We've got to have a culprit on the loose. However, we've got no clues at the crime scene to go on. Every piece of information contradicts another. Let me think. Is there anyone we're leaving out? Anyone who could have made the impossible possible? The only possibility that we've talked about seems genuinely feasible is...
The only possibility that we've... Let me think. Is there anyone we're leaving out? The ring, yeah. They're talking about the ringmaster. Really? What the hell? I didn't click on that. My cursor isn't there. I know it failed. It's all about the ice, huh? Fucking Dina, man. She's crazy. Maybe they don't want us to present this? Maybe they want us to... All the troop members. Little blurb. Pretty cheap. Okay, what does it say? Wait, hold up. Last but not least, the dark, mysterious, robed figure who soars through the air. Who might he be? Huh? Really? However, we're considering... Oh. Am I supposed to oppose it? We couldn't have missed a clue? Oh, we missed a clue. Yeah, this is it.
I can't say for certain, but maybe, just maybe. I say we're looking at all the staffers as possible culprits. We say we're looking at all the staffers as possible culprits. But is that really true? No, you're well aware of that fact. We've got 3 staffer suspects that were in the theater at the time of the... No, that's not right. Houdin. Jean Henry Houdin. It was a staffer too. Houdin? Huh? The victim? Then you're saying it was suicide? There's a possibility, and I think it's worth considering. After all, the victim was buried under a considerable debt. Quite right. It is a possibility that we haven't paid much consideration to. I need some time to think. It works, doesn't it? Only the victim was the only one at the crime scene within that window of time. That would mean the only person who could kill the victim was the victim himself. And if it really was suicide, that would answer a few of our questions. Like, why was there blood spatter on the ceiling? You think that blood spatter was left by the victim committed suicide? I do. If we're looking at this as a suicide, there's no objections to be raised. No objections? No objections. Have you seen the state of the corpse? His skull was caved in. Putting that aside, how could that have happened? If you're saying he killed himself with a blow to the head without leaving behind a weapon he used to do it with, there's simply no way that could be possible. You think so? You raise a fair point. What do you think about that, Note? If I'm going to support my suicide claim, the British is getting to me. I need to refute Detective Bryant's objection. I'm not sure myself, but if it wasn't suicide, there may be a clue that can be used to refute my hypothesis. However, if my claim of suicide is correct, I may be be able to shatter both their objections. We're at a crossroads here. I need to think this through and come up with a proper rebuttal. Rebuttal? Rebuttal. If you're saying he killed himself with a bullet to the head without... Is this actually real? Is this real? Oh my god, it's real. Yeah. Wait, really? We're actually entertaining this? I know I said I played this game before. I don't remember this at all. What the fuck is this? Perhaps you don't actually need one. One what? One detective? You mean Brian? Where is this coming from? Not him. I mean the murder weapon. If the victim really did commit suicide, there may have been no murder weapon. After all, he didn't really need one. How long ago since I called it? Since we saw the bloodstain right? Which is like 3 hours ago? No, like, I'd say like 2 hours ago. Damn. Could I ask you to explain your logic? As Detective Brian postulated, someone bashing their own head in would normally be an impossible feat. However, the victim is no normal person. The victim was able to pull off an impossible feat for anyone else. You're talking about his skill. Speaking of which, what was the skill again? High velocity object propulsion. Propulsion. Simply put, he was able to fire off objects at will. At the scene of the crime, we found dots and playing cards and deeply embedded in his dartboard. He may have been using his skills to let those fly. So he used his skill to commit suicide. So perhaps he shot a really heavy object over his head and let it fall back on top of him? Not a bad theory, but it doesn't solve the mystery of the vanishing weapon. But what if the heavy object was a piece of ice? Okay, that's obviously not the answer. He had the means of doing the deed without having to go through all that trouble. If we go back to the previous witness statement, we can see how the victim normally uses skill. And using his normal methods, the victim could commit suicide without leaving behind a weapon. Because what the victim actually fired upwards was... Oh my fucking god, we're considering this. Oh my god. This is so funny. The only thing that he was able to do is jump high and I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The members of the Trump Tower troop mentioned that their leader's specialty a number of times. They said that he could do nothing but leap high into the air. His specialty was leaping. If you look at this statement, you could clearly see how the victim primarily uses skill. Leaping. But the victim's skill is propulsion, no? The range of the victim's skill was much less than 1 centimeter. If he could launch any object within that range, isn't it possible that he could also launch himself? Damn, that music scared the fuck out of me. So, you're saying he could launch his own body and just fly off? That was the stunt he performed? Hold up. Give him 1 second. It's a bit too loud. Sounds dangerous. If he messed up the power of his leap even a little bit, he could say goodbye to his legs on the landing. But this time, it was the victim's head, not his legs, he had to say goodbye to. It certainly doesn't add up. Doesn't seem like he misjudged his leap and landed on his head, though. Since the victim's goal was to end his life, the landing didn't really matter. It would have been enough for him to just shoot up straight at top speed. Ah! And then his head would have cracked into the ceiling. Indeed, You're claiming that the victim intentionally collided with the ceiling. If that's the case, it's no wonder that there's no murder weapon. That's why no and said we didn't need one, right? Oh, he was talking about a murder weapon. Well, that explains the unnatural large amount of blood on the ceiling. Fuck! I noticed that too. I couldn't see if there was any trace evidence left there since it was covered up by the blood, but perhaps you're talking about the blood that came from the body crashing down to the ceiling. Then the victim wasn't killed by something that hit him, but instead, the victim was murdered. The victim's body was the murder weapon. The vanishing weapon, the missing footprints from our unknown assailant. All the mysteries surrounding this case can be explained when you consider the rather unique form of suicide. The victim took his own life. It can all be chalked up to suicide. Fucking really? What the fuck? The ringleader of Trump Tower, Jean Henry Houdin, was a man with a dark side. He was known to resort to violence when dealing with his employees, and it was only getting worse in recent days. The reason was that the victim had a horrible habit. His crippling gambling addiction left him buried in a mountain of debt. We can't know how much debt he was in for sure, but if we consider that he put up his bureau file for collateral, it's safe to say that the victim had his back against the wall. Mr. Houdin was running out of options. He could try trudging through life, carrying his debts with him, or possibly be caught and punished for putting his bureau file up as collateral. He had to do that, or he could end things on his own terms. That was his final choice. Even in ending his life, he chose the path that remained true to himself. He used his own acrobatic stunt to end his life. Houdin used his propulsion, the skill that he had been using to launch himself around the stage, to allow his body to soar, just looking at the dartboard at the scene. I could see how dangerous his skill could be if used on the human body. But that was probably why he always controlled the strength he put into his skill. But this time it was different. He propelled his body upwards at full strength. Mr. Houdin soared straight into the ceiling. And then fell. After that, Miss Geller entered the office, discovered the body, and told the others of their leader's death. That's the truth behind this case. So he killed himself? The ringleader. Right up until the very end. I mean, it just can't... My man, our leader, he couldn't have killed himself. Stop, Oz. With this, it's over. You're right. It's over. This is how it ends. Yulia, are you alright? I'm fine. It's not your fault. The ringleader's death was his own decision. Come on now, everyone. Let's pull ourselves together. Even if our leader, Trump Tower, isn't gone. Just like that, our case comes to a close. Not the most exciting way to conclude things. Well, murder often ends with such feelings. However, this may have been the best ending for everyone. Huh? In the end, none of the three turned out to be the murderer. And we won't have to see anyone hurt anyone anymore. Those three will be able to put their trust into one another and continue on. Note, you did this. Are you sure? Did I really? I hope that's the case. I truly do. What? Huh? Really? Good. Just like that. We'll summarize the events as they occurred. I just have to write it out like this. That should be sufficient. Now we just need to sign at the bottom, and that's that. When you're done with that one, fill out this one. Huh? Isn't that the same document we just filled out? The last document was our report to the chief inspector. This is what we will send to the police. Try avoiding referencing skills as much as possible when you fill this one out. I guess city people have their fair share of inconveniences too. Does anyone have any supernatural powers that allow them to automatically fill out paperwork? We're not supernatural powers. Right, I know, they're skills, right? Because supernatural powers make them sound cultish. Indeed, you're catching on. Note, the first time we met, I was quite disrespectful. And I still haven't apologized for that, have I? Stop, you really don't need to apologize. Then I guess I won't. Hiring you on was the right decision. The thing is, there's a lot of unanswered, things. You know what I mean? you know? The strange indentations, the feather. Thank you. Congratulations! Congratulations, because you solved the case. Congratulations. Apologies for the late return. The feather on the desk. When we were doing this feather. The feather from there and the boxes. Did you have a lot of work to do? It seemed like it did take longer than expected. Were the roads congested? About that. We are late because we had to pick up this! A cake. Indeed. It's a bit of a welcoming gift. And a celebration for the first case you solved. It's for me? Come now. We were completely blown away. We had no idea you had solved such a complicated case. I guess the chief gets a few things right every once in a while. It's quite fortunate that we had you on the case today, Note. It's got happy birthday written on it. This was the only one they had left. Come on now, it's a cake. What's written on it isn't important. Here, Note, blow out the candles. Huh? Oh, okay. Cheers! Bloody terrific, this whole affair. Now it really is a birthday party. Note, I do apologize. I'll make you a proper cake later on. Huh? I'm not angry or anything, it's just, I've never been welcomed like this. Actually, I had a similar thought to yours. I'm glad to be a part of the Man Affairs division. Right, I see. Well then, shall we eat? I'll go fetch us something to cut with. My word. My what? My word. I forgot her voice for a second. Doesn't that just warm your heart? We've got a lot to look forward to. Speaking of which, Note, when's your actual birthday? I'm not really sure. I'm an orphan. I never knew my parents. Pardon? Even my name, Notrek. I was given to me by my previous employer. What's wrong with everyone? Nothing at all. What happened to all that energy from before? No, you're the star of the show. You should be enjoying yourself. Huh? It's not really my... Here, take this! Oh, shit. Congratulations. Don't congratulations because you solved the case. We are looking forward to working with you, truly. Ryan's awkward attempt at singing continued until Dina gave him a swift kick to the shin. If I had to rate it, I'd say the welcoming party left a rather synthetic taste in my mouth. But just like that, I became an official member of the Man Affairs division. There's no question that I'd I felt fortunate enough to be welcomed on as a full-fledged member. I found my place here, but I also found myself thinking that more exhaustingly tedious jobs were right on the horizon. But as I sat there, writing the report for the Trump Tower incident, a rather disturbing thought took hold of me. The thought that maybe suicide in such circumstances was simply impossible. But the case was already closed. Everyone already got their happy ending. Maybe that's alright. Fucking. Oh my god. Wait, they do this? I had no idea. So he didn't. There's something. There's something there. I had no idea this happened, by the way. Branching path. It's like choosing Cao Cao, Liu Bei, or the whack-ass Sun Clan. That was an ending, yeah. We have to say that all staffers are... Was that really... We're trying to look for all staffers as a possible culprit, but is that really true? No, Tiori, whatever the fact. We got 3 staffers. No, that's not right. Houdin. John Houdin Henry. He was a staffer too. Houdin, you mean the victim? I was saying, suicide. Oh. I read all this already. Yes, suicide. I need to refute Detective Brian's objection. I'm not sure. I see, yes, so this is what they meant. Yeah, probably, right? It's how he landed. Do we have a picture of the victim? We do. Oh, yes. Right. The chair would have felt something. Right? Yes. The chair would have felt something. No. Sergeant, I'm sorry, but I think you're wrong. About what? There's a lot I don't know about staffers, but they're able to control their skills, right? I can't say there aren't any exceptions, but if a staffer could use their skills subconsciously, there would be a note of it in the person's bureau file. And just as I thought, this isn't right. Is that so? Thus the objection. Would the two of you actually put a subject in your sentence? What exactly isn't right? The victim didn't commit suicide. What? But you're the one who brought that idea up. No, I am. I considered it as a possibility, but I was wrong. Why the sudden change of heart? We'd love to hear an explanation. Well, there isn't much to explain. You remember what I said before, right? The victim was snoring right up until the moment he died. To put it in the simplest terms, he was sleeping. He slept the moment his... Oh, right. That's so fucking... Of course. Maybe a demon possessed him and he had the premonition of suicide. Like... When you think about that, like, it's like... of course, that's an... Someone astral projected suicide into his brain. Suicide. Oh, God. There's a secret 5th member of the troop. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. To put it in simplest terms, he was sleeping. He slept until the moment of his death. It may be obvious to say out loud, but sleeping people don't try to commit suicide. Thus, I thought it might have been an accident caused by him using his skill in his sleep, but Brian's explanation just a second ago stole that possibility away, yes? knew someone would possess them. He knew it. After all, there was still nothing about that in his bureau file. Right. Sorry to turn this investigation on its head. It happens. I thought it was to be a clever idea. Who could see the flaw in your argument? And what was that you said earlier about the blood stain on the blood on the ceiling? Handy figured it for blood spray up there when the victim committed suicide, no? That blood was probably there to throw us off the trail. I bet it's not even blood from our victim. What's that? If it's not from the victim, whose blood is it? If you think about the amount of blood up there, I doubt the owner of said blood walked away from the scene unscathed. Speaking of which, one of the clues left at the scene did seem out of place. Maybe, just maybe, it could tell us the previous vessel of all that blood. They would just kill me. I I drank myself so someone would possess me for me to kill myself. But they just did it. Oh my god, the feather. The feather! A stray feather was left at the crime scene. A feather? According to the sergeant's investigation, there's a high likelihood that the feather belonged to a pigeon that they found in the garbage bag. Right, the pigeon. I thought it was rather suspicious and tried to look for footprints left around the pigeon, but all the footprints on the floor made further investigation possible. The feather's the murder weapon. He propelled the feather into his face, and then it killed him, obviously. In the end, we can't be certain who killed the pigeon. Unfortunately, the person who killed that pigeon is also the true criminal behind this crime. A criminal? But if it was a criminal who killed the pigeon, why go through all the trouble? Killing the pigeon was just one step in the killer's process. The killer needed something. Needed something? Needed something? Have you forgotten? What question did you just ask, Detective Tina? Thinking back, I guess I asked about the blood on the ceiling. Ow! 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 If that blood didn't belong to the victim, then there was only one other creature shedding blood at the time of the murder, that poor pigeon tossed into the garbage bag. The killer had to do it to the pigeon because the paint in the pain of the blood was another part of the plan. The blood was a cover-up. The killer was trying to throw us off our scent. Their scent. Exactly. The killer was trying to disguise the murder as a suicide. That's it. The true purpose behind the pageantry. Yeah, none of that suicide bullshit. Who'd believe that? If we had fallen for it and ended up calling the murder suicide, if that was the killer's true purpose, we almost played right into the killer's hands. But wait, we said that there was no one else capable of committing the murder. You're right about the feather, yeah. It's just so out of place, you know. Maybe it's because it's first case syndrome, but it feels like everything should be relevant. Even I don't think there should be a red herring in the first case. But I think that's me troping it, which I don't want to trope, right? But it just felt suspicious to me, was all. But wait, we said no one else was capable of committing the murder. We're just saying that every staffer, including the victim, was wrong. You predicted the wrong ending. It's good. You're finally proven wrong. Your knack for thinking of the ending is changed. It's entertaining. We're just saying that every staffer, including the victim, was able to pull this off. So we've got nothing left to go on but the ice, no? You know that's not true. Yet, since there was no other footprints left at the scene, it's clear that no one else entered the scene when he died. It's not that the killer flew in. But I can't think of a single person who could have pulled the crime off without stepping foot into that room. The suspect's skills all have short ranges.
Makes everything dull and expecting. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I can see that perspective. Well, now you're having fun and you're happy. So I'm glad. I'm glad you're having fun and being happy. Once I exclude suicide, we know our killer is out there. However, the killer never left a trace at the scene of the crime. Everything about this crime contradicts some other part. Let me think. Is there really no one? Someone able to make the impossible possible. I just realized that. Was this? Oh, this was always a part of our thing, huh? I need Attack on Titan. I need to shatter my sense of reality. I need something to break me. Man, what are we finding here? I don't even know. Let me think. Is there really no one? If we exclude suicide, our killer is out there. However, we left a trace at the scene. Everything about this contradicts some other part. I saw. They couldn't have just flown in. This is basically us accusing someone, right? I think we like oppose this, right? Do we? We still haven't missed a smidge of a clue. We couldn't have missed a smidge of a clue. They couldn't have just flown in. Then is it all about the ice, huh? It's this one, right? They couldn't have just flown. Huh? Wait. Leaping through the air pulls. It's describing it. Wait. Oh shit. She could have floated. Oh god, there may have been one other person. Someone able to enter the room without leaving a single trace. In the end, it's all back to the ice, huh? We already concluded that wasn't the case. And your theory is starting to be less entertaining. But note, you're not making any sense either. Unless our culprit could sprout wings and fly, there's no way that they could have possibly avoided being detected by Mio Saj. It's exactly what happened. Our culprit flew. Excuse me, none of our culprits have a skill like that. One does. But you're right, none can per se fly. But maybe we can just say it's more like jumping through the air? What? Jumping through the air? I feel like I've read something like that before. Maybe right here. Ah, right! It is right there, the jumping jester. Ah! This poster! Right here! Right here. Yes, the person we've been searching for is pictured right here. Our jumping jester was able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footprint. Thus, it's possible that our jumping jester was able to murder the victim. And out of all the people we know, I think there's only one jester. I never finished that thought. Oh. You quit it because you started thinking about your sexuality. What was it? What was that skill called? Like night something, I forget. The 20-hour thought of thinking about your sexual. Oh, I gotta think about my. Oh. Kitsuragi. I'm not gay. The town of Trump Tower, Julia Geller. For that one person only, this crime becomes possible. Homosexual underground, yeah. In the end, after whining all around for this long, we're back at the beginning with Geller as our culprit. Now, if we had singled out Geller as a culprit from the beginning, she would have had a number of ways to argue that she was innocent. However,
Now that we've reached this point and erased every other possibility, the conclusion may be the same. We finally coming face to face with the truth of this case for the first time. As unfortunate as that truth may be.
You get nothing after. Yeah. Nothing. You just have a conversation with Kitaragi. Kitaragi, I'm not gay. Oh. Geller, I'm so sorry. I do feel bad for her still. What now? Miss Geller, we saw the poster of all of you on it. We're well aware of the fantastic stunts you're able to pull off. Yes, but of course, your stunt, Miss Geller. What was it again? I can't quite remember. If you got nothing to say to me, why don't you go back? Could I go back to the others? No, stop with the fanfare and get to the point. Miss Geller, your stunt is being able to walk on the air, isn't it? Actually, it's leaping. I mean, leaping, dancing. It's all basically the same thing. The important thing is that you're able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footprint during your stunt. So it seems. Huh? Why does that surprise you? What? No. You're not using that as a way to suspect me for this, are you? But you're the only person who was able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a footprint. I'm always going in and out of there. Even if I did leave footprints after committing some sort of crime, I could just say that they were from shortly before. You actually couldn't have, because Detective Brian's right. She doesn't know that we can tell everything to time trace evidence was left there. Yeah, what is that? She doesn't know that we can tell everything to the time trace evidence was left. In other words, even if Miss Geller is our culprit, even if I were the killer, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of hovering. Plus, I'm not that good at controlling my skill in the first place. I don't really use it except on stage. Or is it that you have evidence that I use my skill at the scene of the crime? How about that? Could you give me a moment? What should I do? What do you think? Geller's claim is reasonable. After all, there's no way for her to know about Brian's skill. She's right. She's right that she had no idea she had no reason to float through the air to enter that room. Even if she were to leave a set of footprints, we'd have no way to proving those prints were left at the scene of the crime without my skill. It can't be. Did I get it wrong again? Still, I think you got the right idea, Note. Huh? In her statements thus far, Geller's seem really easy to work up, but now that she's being pointed out as our prime suspect, will you be much longer? Could you wait outside for a moment? See, she's keeping calm and collected. She's probably expected this moment to come, and she's prepared for her counter-arguments well. Well, I think that's the case. We can't be sure. No, what you're saying sounds plausible. What do the rest of you think? When it comes to Athena and her suspect's psyche, she's never wrong. I can believe you can trust her call. Detective Dina, as I should have known, the reason she's in charge of interrogations so comes as a shock. Geller stepped through the air when she entered our crime scene, but her reason for doing so wasn't to hide any trace of her being there. In other words, Geller had a different reason for using her skill. I'm not sure what that could be, but though. We're still lacking some sort of clue. You really think so? 3 staffers have already looked into this case. We've uncovered lies, detected the invisible, and you've read into the past. No matter the skill, the impossible for the culprit to not leave behind some sort of clue. A clue remains. We just overlooked it. We wrote it off as something that didn't pertain to the case, because it was too neat. It's not the clues that were lacking, but the overall logic. That's my feeling. In the end, it's all feelings and perceptions. Aston confirmed that the victim was alive at 8 o'clock, and that Vernon confirmed that he was dead by 8:45. Somewhere in between, Geller must have used her skill to sneak into the room. When she did, she must have left a clue. Is there really nothing to go on? With everything at the scene of the crime, was there really no suspicious trace evidence left during the time frame our crime was committed? Oh, there was a time. There was a thing. There was a something. Oh, trust me. There was a something. There was a something. Yeah. Ah, yes. The squares are relevant. When you say clues, something does come to mind. There were those square impressions left at the crime scene. Do you remember them? Right, the ones Brian claimed were stepping stones made of ice? We concluded that they weren't made of ice in the end. Exactly. That we naturally just moved past them. But now I'm thinking about them again. They were made at 8:30. That's it. Just that you got the case. You made the wrong choice. You have to suffer with the consequences of this case. But now that I'm thinking about them again, they were made at 8:30. That's within the time frame the victim was murdered. Thus, they must be connected to the crime. But why were they even made? About that, it's not just those impressions. There's still so many other clues in this case that we can't come up with a proper explanation with. Our overall hypothesis, our overall hypothesis was wrong. Something I believed to be true turned out to be false. If that falsehood led to all these other errors, Sergeant. Yes? What is it? I'm going to make a bit of a mess. Oh, he's making a mess. I remember this. Hey, stop! What are you doing? Why are you fooling around with all these official documents? No, you should fix this habit of yours of taking out stress on inanimate objects. This isn't about stress. If it's not, then we have even more to worry about. I've been thinking about things all wrong. The secrets hiding the deepest can't be solved by simply connecting two clues. However, if you connect all the fragments left in different places, I have no idea what you're going on about. But are you saying you can make sense of this? I am. I'm using supernatural abilities to investigate a case where someone with supernatural abilities killed someone else with a supernatural ability. In this situation, it would be insane to stick with common sense. I've already gathered my clues. Let's toss out common sense. Let's take every basis of thought and smash them all. What does that mean? Let's stop thinking altogether. None of this makes sense. Exalogic. Select one clue from each of the 6 documents that points out to the same conclusion. Click the combine button at the center. Try a combination to see how many clues you've correctly connected. Try to find 6 clues that point to the same conclusion. The position of the document is unrelated to the pattern of correct answers. Having a different case. It's like a butterfly or like a tree, like a Shadow the Hedgehog tree. That'd be cool. It's real. It's all real. I mean, we're obviously connecting it to the girl, and then it has to be related to this. Honestly, it was Yulia who suffered the most. She made things slow, but only things going through the air. She must have looked down on her. He always envied Vernon. Oh, I think it's the detail about her thing. Yeah. Familiar. Then the ringleader just happened to see those stunts and asked me to perform a Chantar. It was later that we were mistaken and mistakenly used. I used telekinesis to pull off my stunts. No, the Geller went to step outside, so she's not seeing any of this.
He's doing this in front of the rest of the detectives, but he's not doing this in front of Geller. Imagine that. This girl has to be the suspect. Oh, what is it? Oh, give me a second. Let me borrow this table. She has to back off. Like, what? What is it? Oh, you're the culprit. I know you are. What are you? Who are you? You're lying. Oh, I don't have to support or oppose this. These are those skills. There are those skillful enough to fool us about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. I thought that those were like stepping stones made of ice. Plus, I cannot think of any other way to commit the crime. It's too short. This is true. I mean, what are they saying? Were they stepping stones? More frantic in those skill checks. Oh yeah. Relay. 4 of them connect? Is it the 4 that... Oh, one other thing is wrong. I only changed so this one's right. What? Wait, what? This is right? Fool us about their skills. She's lying about her skill? Uh-oh. Is it this? Yeah. You're the culprit! Hold up, I need to get these other papers out. You're the culprit! Hold up, these papers are really stubborn. You're the culprit! It's you! I've unlocked it. That's it. If you think about it like that, it explains everything. And to prove it. Miss Geller, please come back in. Yeah, she was just outside. Is your strategy session finishing up? It is. And from that strategy session, I've come up with a suggestion for you. What might that be? Wait, let's see what he's going to do. Miss Geller, your son is leaping through the air. So could you show us that to Detective Dina and Brian here? Well, I'm sorry, but that would be quite difficult. As I said, I'm not good at controlling my skill. Those two could be in danger if they're too close. It's fine. Wait a tick! That is very much not fine. She said it's dangerous for us. You two simply don't have to get too close when Miss Geller performs her stunt. If you wish. We have no problem setting up a suitable location for you. We just need you to show it to us a single time. If you show it to us, I promise that we won't bother you or your friends any longer. Wait, no. That's quite a promise to be tossing out there. I'll permit it. Pandy! Have you lost your marbles? Sorry. I want to see what happens next. Perhaps my curiosity has gotten the better of me. Well, if the Saj has given her permission, there's nothing we can do about it. Am I the only one who's thinking about her job and salary? I accept. You're not going to back out on your end of the promise, are you? Of course not. I swear on whatever god you believe in. Well then, let me begin right here. As I said, you mustn't get close. This is my stunt. My word. And people pay to see this? I'll have you know that I even juggle up here when I take up on stage. This stunt. What on earth? Hey, don't give her all that much grief for it. After all, she's showing it us for free. That's not it. It's just... Detective Brian, please describe exactly what you're seeing. And how does Miss Geller's levitation work through your eyes? She's not levitating. As soon as she rose into the air, below her, there's a trace of the same square. The same square as the trace evidence. Left at the scene of the crime. Trace, no, you're a staffer. There must be some contact between two objects for a trace to be left. In other words, you're not making yourself float in the air, Miss Geller. You're just stepping up and standing there. There's an invisible object under you. You created it. No. What's this about an invisible object? This is all coming out of nowhere. This is your real skill, Miss Geller. You can create invisible objects of any size and manipulate them at will. To put it in official terms, indiscernible object fabrication. There was a noise, yeah, there was a noise. There is a noise. The way she's able to hide it when she's performing, right? Because the crowd's gonna be loud either way, right? And it's gonna be big. It's a big audience. So like that's how she's able to get away with it. But here in like such a closed area, she's not able to get away with it. Cause one, it made the noise, and two, Brian's there to see the trace of it. What? What? Her telekinesis. Everyone thought it'd be like that, but that's not the case. This is the piece of the puzzle that wasn't fitting. Miss Geller, from the very beginning, you've been hiding your true self. This stunt, you've been leaping through the air. It wasn't that you were lifting your body with your skill. You've just been making invisible footholds and jumping onto them. Telekinesis. The label was rather grandiose. Yet, the statements of the audience members and those around Geller were consistent, so I never doubted them. Note, you may not know this yet, but it's a serious crime to lie about one's skill in this country. Why would Geller take such a risk to hide a skill like that? She's only just begun hiding her skill after coming under the employ of Trump Tower. When you think of all that happened back then, it's rather easy to predict exactly why Miss Geller felt it necessary to hide her true skill. When the victim first saw Miss Geller's leaping through the air, he must have thought, I finally found it. I finally found the acrobat I've been looking for, wielding the power of telekinesis. Yet, it's too good to be true. Miss Geller's true skill is creating invisible objects. As time passed, Miss Geller realized that she wasn't the person the ringleader was looking for. Thus, she began her efforts to hide this fact from him. All of this matches your statement. Isn't that right, Miss Geller? Your string of lies. They were all to keep you at Trump Tower. The truth that you tried to hide. It's not just the range of some small intricacies regarding your skill. And now we all know it. The truth of your skill itself was a grand forgery. Your skill doesn't use telekinesis at all. Telekinesis plays no part in it. How did this staffer become an investigator? I see. I think I get it now. I understand how you all saw through my lies. It's not just that gentleman there. Every single investigator in this room is a staffer, isn't that right? Your bracelets aren't lit up, but you wear them just like any other staffer. She found this out. Though, strictly speaking, I'm no staffer. You have no connections to the Bureau, so you won't understand. However, some Bureau divisions do employ a number of staffers. They merely keep it as confidential so it didn't interfere with our operations. Should you be telling her that? No need to hide such information from our perpetrator. After all, I doubt she's going to continue resisting. Just as you said, Detective, my skill has nothing to do with telekinesis. Instead, I'm able to create invisible objects at will. The objects were more or less cube-shaped, but I can create them in various weights and sizes, making them handy in a variety of situations. That's probably how the word manipulation worked in some ways into my skill's name. I've been placing objects on top of my invisible objects and floating them around, calling it telekinesis. She's rather brave to try to deceive everyone like that. But of course, you know everything now, yes? How I killed the ringleader? What I used to kill him? Come to think of it now. We still haven't figured out the mystery of the vanishing mirror weapon. Huh? No way. The weapon. You still haven't found it, have you? This isn't good. What? In the end, I turned out to be quite the bad girl. To hide my skill from the ringleader, basically my family. I have no excuse for the fraud you accuse me of. However, I didn't kill him. Is she telling the truth? Or is she trying to hold out on us? Miss Geller, you're the only person we can say for sure committed this crime. I couldn't have done it either. After all, there's no murder weapon. You got trace evidence on the floor, yes? Do you have any proof that it was my skill that left it? As I said before, I had no reason for using my skill to go into that room. And even if I did go in there, I had no weapon to kill him with. If you think I could do that with his head with my bare hands, don't be absurd. Are you trying to make me lose my job here? The audacity. So, time for you to keep your word. No more questions for any of us. I think it might be quite time to reveal what that vanishing weapon might be. Sergeant, do you have any ideas? Me? No. But obviously you're about to figure it out. When was that made obvious exactly? This is my first day on the job. Right. And I'm relieved to see that you're adjusting so well. The arduous path that I'm about to set off is slowly coming to light. Now that I'm thinking about it, we've talked about the disappearing weapon quite a number of times, but we've never uncovered a single thing about it. All we can be sure is that it is of considerable heft to it. Consider otherwise a single blow to the head wouldn't have smushed his skull like that. It's not easy to cave in someone's skull, so the object in question must have weighed at least 20 kilograms. Yeah, it's the cube. That confirms it. For something like that to just disappear, you'd think such a thing to be impossible, but the deceased remains a murder victim. We have to say it was possible. Geller must have some means of making it impossible possible. Let's look through our documents one more time. I think there's a piece of evidence that could show new light. Yeah, it's the cube. The weight limit of the cube plus that statement. Oh wow. I don't even need to present the statement. Alright. I finally figured it out, Miss Geller. I know now how you killed the victim. What? Did you really figure it out? What was the weapon? No, more importantly, where'd it go? Was it actually ice in the end? Please let the ice. This is why I like Thina. And Brian. I like them two a lot. I like them together. She's really stuck on it. And I think it's really funny. No worries, Athena. Or Athena, your name is just Athena. Even if no one thinks your bit is funny, I think it's funny. Please let the ice bit go. The weapon didn't vanish. It was never there. There was no weapon. Huh? It was never a weapon to begin with. And honestly, that only serves to further prove that Miss Geller is our culprit. What's that supposed to mean? I truly didn't follow a word. Everyone have a look at Miss Geller's bureau file. Specifically, check the notes section on the bottom. This is where they write down a brief description of the skill. This is also talking about the maximum weight that can be transferred to an object or weight limit of the object that to be moved. No. We figured out that Geller's skill isn't telekinesis, so the written information here... Information! It's talking about the properties of the objects Geller can create. No? That's right. Now the information on our bureau file refers to the weight, number, size, and duration of the objects in question. The part where we should be paying attention to right now is weight. The weight limit, it's 20 kilograms. I heard that exact number just a second ago. That's the numbers the sergeant quoted. She said the murder weapon must have weighed at least 20 kilos. Finally, we found an object that meets her condition. That we have. We now know what you mean by when you say it never existed. Miss Geller, only Miss Geller, could have committed this crime without a weapon. Only she was able to make her own weapon. I can't see it. Don't need to carry it around, and it vanishes after a certain time runs out. You used that as a weapon only you could see. You used a weapon that you created with your skill to murder the victim. You make a better clown than me. You really think I could swing around the cube that weighs 20 kilograms? Let's just imagine that I could. Our ringleader's head would be smashed to bits. Do I really look that strong to you? In truth, you wouldn't have to swing it. Don't you remember what you said before? Your skill allows you to create objects wherever you will them. Ah. You can make one whenever you please. In other words, your transparent objects don't only appear at your feet, you can create them anywhere within a 2-meter radius of your body. For example, right above the victim's head. If a 20-kilo object were to appear right above the victim's head, or to fall straight down, wouldn't such a situation be in the realm of possibility? And that's unfortunate. What is? But the situation you describe is impossible. What the fuck? It is? That wouldn't leave the ringmaster's head in that state you found it. You make an object weighing up to 20 kilograms, so as long as you drop it from a high enough. That's just the thing! Dropping from that high, I couldn't pull it off. What's that supposed to? I get it. Your range, right? Your range. It seems like someone is thinking like a normal human. That's right. What do you mean? Right? That's right. My maximum range is only 2 meters. I can't create any objects outside of that range. Even if I were to drop something from 2 meters up, I'd be very lucky to kill someone. Busting in a skull like that is simply impossible. What? If things went how you say they went, I'd have to drop it from at least double that. I need to drop it from at least 4 meters up. 4 meters. That's a very specific number. How can you be so sure of that height? I've tried a few things out on my skills, for the sake of the show, of course. Dude, I'm sorry, but I'm thinking of the same thing. An object falling from 2 meters wouldn't be enough to do our corpse in. Are you starting to understand? So, just give up. You promise. I'm sorry, but I simply can't do that. As Detective Tina said, Miss Geller is staying calm and collected, sticking to the script that she prepared in advance. Though, I can hear a slight tremor in her voice. I'm slowly driving her into a corner. There hasn't been a single flaw in my logic up to this point. It's clear that the victim was killed by a falling object. Yet, it's as Miss Geller claims. Her range is insufficient for the crime. In order for Geller to have committed the crime, she would have had to make up for a height difference somehow. For instance, she could have climbed into a piece of furniture before using her skill. No, if that's the case, Brian would have seen the footsteps on the furniture with his skill. There's no such footprints. In fact, at the time of the crime, Miss Geller only left no footprints at the room, and yet... speaking of which, there was something that happened when Miss Geller entered the room. I have one more suspicion. Perhaps that suspicion can turn into the clue. Note, there's no way Geller's getting out of this one. This may be the final answer we're seeking. Tell me, what did she use to create an object? What? 4 meters above her head. What? So he was 4 meters. Oh. Yeah, didn't she just use her thing? Did she do a handstand? No, everything can be. I don't know. I don't know why we have to prove this. We should have proved this earlier. Honestly, there's a lot of things that we should have proved earlier that we're proving now. Once you stop to think about it, like she did a handstand. Hold up, I gotta be the exact same height, just reverse. Once you stop to think about it, there's something else we haven't figured out besides our murder weapon. Something else? Why is it that Miss Geller used the objects she made to enter the room? Of course. Have you figured out the reason why? Yes. And the reason to that question is connected to the means Miss Geller used to murder her victim. Miss Geller was intent on using her skill to kill the victim. However, she wasn't sure if a single swing of her weapon would kill him instantly if the victim didn't die immediately and were to let out a yell that would spell big trouble for her. That's why she settled on dropping the object from a height to do him in. Yet she knew that her range was too short. There was no guarantee that the object dropped from 2 meters would silence him in one blow. What? Didn't you say that you were going to explain why she used her skill to enter the room? You haven't figured it out yet? Why did Miss Geller use her skill to go inside? How could she be certain that she could kill him instantly when she was lacking height? Each question provides an answer to the other. If I can sum up what you're saying, the reason why Geller used her skill to enter the room was to make sure that she killed him in a single blow. That's why. It is. She thought up of a plan. A way to create an object at a height that would surely kill her victim. No. When I really think about it, she'd be willing to bet she already knew her plan, huh? Miss Geller's solution was none other than the stunt that she pulled on stage. Her stunt? You mean the airwalking clown bit? As she puts it, the jumping jester. Isn't that right, Miss Geller? Miss Geller can only create objects up to 2 meters from her body. If she wanted to create an object higher than that, she'd have to climb up higher. Leaping, really, up into the air. That's why she used her skill to enter the room. To get up to the height required to commit the crime. Geller's range is 2 meters. Is Geller a childed? I don't know, actually. They haven't specified. Though I think they're implying that she is like she has an unfortunate upbringing. Because she initially did the magic on the street because she had to make ends meet, right? Also, I think they're implying this idea of family. So this might be completely wrong, but I think she's an orphan as well. And so I don't know. At least she doesn't have a family is what I'm thinking. That's why she did this. I think that's her motive. And then she might be a child, who knows. Geller's range is 2 meters. So that means she could create a foothold up to 2 meters away. If she climbed on top of those 2 meters, she could create another 2 meters. From that, she creates the object that will take a life. The resulting object would fall 4 meters off the ground. Miss Geller, that satisfies the condition for the murder you set for yourself. However, if you check the trace left behind at the crime scene, we can see other footholds she created starting at the entrance. How can that be? Miss Geller's skill. All of the invisible objects she was able to create. If she started with a 2 block meter high meter. If she started with a block 2 meters high, she'd never be able to climb it. That's right. So she started off with lower steps and then slowly increased the height of the footholds as she was climbing each one. Just like a set of stairs. So it really isn't a airwalking clown. I see the jumping jester thing now. That's exactly how she committed her crime too. Even before entering the room, she was set on a small step. And then little by little, she climbed, moving ever closer to her victim. By the time Miss Geller was in front of the victim, she was close to her maximum height of 2 meters. Then her maximum height, Miss Geller made the largest object she could at 20 kilograms and let it fall. Bing bong. She took the life of the victim who slept beneath her. And she made sure she finished the deed. Anyone could have seen the victim was deceased. Miss Geller would then fled the scene of the crime, relieved to be done with it. There was one thing you didn't consider. It was your nightly routine, yes? The victim had a habit of drinking a cup of coffee at 9 o'clock, and it was your job, Miss Geller, to bring it to him. You knew that this was the first person to find the body. You'd be suspected for the crime, but you couldn't not go either. You differed. If you differ from your usual schedule, you draw suspicion from the police. In the end, you made a cup of coffee as usual and made your way towards the victim's office. But there was no one there to drink it. Miss Julia Geller, you are the culprit. Yes, it was me. I killed the ringleader.
Aw, I do feel bad for her. I do.
Well then, I shall call the probation's office. Indeed, I'll leave that to you. So these are cuffs you only use on staffers? Rumor has it that there's a bomb inside that'll explode if I resist. No, none of that. Nothing so dangerous. There's a high voltage electrical current and a neurotoxin. Oh, for me, it might as well be a bomb. Sorry, rules are rules. But you never know when an invisible brick's gonna come falling on my head, right? Harsh rules. Considering today's events, though, it seems justifiable. Why won't you let us in? I just want to see a face. Gila, I couldn't have done it. Let us talk to her. Yulia, can you hear us? Don't say a word until you get to the station, okay? Mr. Vernon. Mr. Vernon. Oz. Tina, go help Brian outside. Ah. Come to think of it, there's one thing that we haven't figured out yet. Huh? That can't be right. The motive. Mrs. Yulia, the part of your statement where about not holding a grudge toward the victim was no lie. So why'd you kill the man? You know the ringleader held a considerable debt, right? To settle his debt, he was going to sell off the Trump Tower circus troupe. He said he was going to sell not only the theater, but the right to perform under the Trump Tower brand. When I was called into his office at 7:30, the ringleader spilled the black tea I brought him and yelled at me like he was going to rip something off his chest. He said all of it was my fault, that everything was how it was because I was a lousy person. I couldn't disagree with that, man. But everyone said the debt was because of his gambling, no? Yet, he said the reason he turned to gambling was because of the declining profits of the theater. That part I'm responsible for. This woman, she's been blaming herself for everything all night. How'd she get into this state? I pleaded with him. I said I'd do anything. He asked if he'd hold on a little longer. And that's when he hit me. I knew it was coming. He's not the sort of person to change his mind once I begin to open just because I open my mouth. I had to stop him. But there's only one way to do that. By that, you mean killing the man? For me, it was all I could do. Trump Tower is the only place I can live like any other normal human. Instead of losing this place, I'd rather... In the end, you figured out it was me who did it, but things didn't turn out so bad. The rights to the Trump Tower will fall onto Vernon. 3 of us were going to continue together, if we could. Are you happy? What? Whatever reason you might have had, you still killed a man. Don't you feel the least bit guilty? Guilty. Am I even now allowed to feel something like guilt? How can I put this? I'm sad that the person I killed is dead. And can I really say I regret it after everything I've done though? If someone who brutally killed another person were to turn around and had the nerve to cry about it, would you really accept that? Sergeant, I'm sorry, but would you mind if I waited in the car? Alright, you've done enough. Miss Geller, due to the provisions of the contract made between the Bureau and the Attorney's General Office, you will be sent to a prison belonging to the former. I'll give you a moment to talk to your other members of your troop. They're not listening to us anyways, so make your peace. Alright, and sorry for today. No, I'm sorry. Why is she sorry? On my first day of work, I nearly got shot at and kicked off the force, but in the end, I solved the case. So why do I feel like this? On top of that, I can't see Big Ben from here either. What was my reason exactly? What on earth brought me to this city?
Yay! I'd like
Hmm. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Hey, look. Looks like you.
Hey, it looks like you got the case solved. You came back alone?
I sent note off to because he said he needed to get some fresh air.
No, nah. I see you're growing a liking to Detective Case. How is he? Up to snuff? No?
He's definitely helped us out, and he's quite a talented individual compared to me. However, I think calling him a genius, as you did, is pushing it.
Dina was right all along.
Dina was right, and she's funny, and she's cool, so I like her. He's a bit clumsy in places, and more than anything, he's severely lacking in his understanding of phenomena.
Is that so? That's not the whole job, is it?
42 minutes. Besides the time it took us to get there and back, that's how long he spent on the case. What? Accepting the time it took us to survey the crime scene, that is significantly shorter than before. That was, what the fuck? That was 43 minutes? You guys spent more time talking. 42 minutes? Don't lie now. Don't lie now, Red Fins. Pandoria. It's almost been 6 hours. Don't you lie to me. Before no trick came along, it took us at least 3 times that as our fastest. It normally takes time to read through and comprehend the documents. Oh, right. I forget. His brain is just different. It's just built different. Time to understand all the clues and come to a conclusion. No Trick's logical abilities need neither. There's almost no gap between him receiving a question and him coming up with an answer. Honestly, following his steps in logic is too much to ask. It's simply not a matter of intelligence too. That kid, are you sure he's no staffer?
From the way he describes it, whenever he focuses on something, he feels like the time around him ceases to flow. However, no man who was detected coming from the detective case said you normally find when staffers use their skills. You know what that means, right?
No Trick's abilities stem purely from his talent.
Seems that way. Phenomenal ability is undistinguishable in phenomena. Actually, maybe there's more than that. Rather interesting, is it not? Imagine what I... imagine what a talented boy could do in a city like this when he's not weighed down by the disadvantages of not being a staffer.
Is that the only reason why you hired him?
Sergeant Redfins. The tone you just took makes me feels like this is like an interrogation. And it bothers me a bit.
My apologies.
By the sharp tone. Something to not go your way. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter.
Quite the opposite. Our case is closed, so I was just going to go out for a smoke.
Smoke is bad for you. You should turn to sweets like me. I stopped by his new ice cream parlor in the square, and it's not half bad.
If you knew you'd bring it up, you should have brought some to share.
It would have melted. it would have melted.
Phenomena Bureau, London branch, fourth floor balcony. Ah, yes, this scene. Is someone there? Sergeant. How'd you find this place? The way up here is an absolute maze, and I'm pretty much the only one able to navigate it. Pusher! Get him! Culprit of the next case, get him! Yeah, this is where Armia dies. Red Fins is Armia. Push. Get her! How dare you kill my troop mate? I mean, my friend. I saw the map on the 4th floor and noticed a spare that looked different from the other floors, so... I think I follow. Still, it'd be better if you didn't wander around too much. If you wander into a prohibited area, It'll be a firing squad for you. I figured it out a short time ago, but as I expected, your employer is the worst around. Oh no, don't do it! Note kills her. Hearing you say that, I guess you're finally a full-fledged employee. Ugh, honestly, I thought you were joking just a second ago. I'm honored you think that. Cigarette? No, I don't smoke. Alright. Ah. Nice view, huh? You can barely see through the fog. Right? Good luck today. Honestly, it's not that good of a view on a clear day. Just factories and a slum out that way. Where's the cake? I don't know. Maybe it'll come back later. It's only when the fog covers all the muck that the view is worth looking at. The cake was a lie. The cake was a lie! It was never real! At least, it's worth looking at, for me. Sergeant, those three at the Trump Tower, they seem to harbor some resentment towards the Bureau. I mean, it does seem natural for them to not like us when we place regulations on staffers, but this feels like more than that. It's something Miss Geller said. Just being a staffer is like a wound that you live with. Sergeant, is life as a staffer in the city difficult? It is. Why's that? Don't your skills make life easier for you? Shit, my bad. Sorry, I've only been here for a day, and the accent, it's really rubbed off on me. If you want the answer to that, you need to take a look at the bureau file. The bureau file? There's a part of every bureau file that shows just how the staffers are viewed in the city. Do you know which part I'm referring to? You're talking about the threat level. That's right. Giving the staffers a threat level presumes that every staffer poses a threat. We predict the amount of damage each staffer is capable of causing, and we regulate them accordingly. At court level, Geller may as well have been born with a revolver in her hand. We restrict her access to certain places, so it would have been impossible for her to find a proper job. Then, add the amount of discrimination she has to tolerate from the rest of society. Of course, there are times when a skill is recognized as useful, and the Bureau hires a staffer on. Have you noticed the metal bracelets Dina O'Brien wear? I've got one under my sleeve too. All staffers are required by law to wear them. The performers at the Trump Tower were wearing those bracelets too, but unlike the one Detective Bryan wears, theirs were all lit up. The light refers to the staffer's threat level. Geller and Vernon on yellow with their cult level, and Aston was green with her Bowie level. Staffers who work at the Bureau are able to hide the color of their lights. That's why my bracelet isn't lit up. In other words, staffers outside the Bureau are required by law to wear a bracelet that displays their threat level. Staffers are treated like they were threats from the moment they were born and can never hide the fact they have skills. Miss Geller, that's why she was so obsessed with her fellow performers at Trump Tower. I have no idea what sort of ideals brought you to London, but I think, just maybe, this isn't the sort of place you thought it was going to be. I'm not sure what it is that brought me here. I told myself that I was going to use my talents to help people, but I thought that it was really for something so noble. It's like I wanted to be the protagonist of a detective novel, solving some cryptic case at a single glance, revered by those around me, making a good deal of cash. Finding cases with a dim-witted assistant tagging along. That's why I vaguely what? Imagine. Honestly, I never thought I'd be able to live that sort of life. But still, I accepted the offer just to join the team because I thought I'd put my talent to good use. However, once I solved the case, I figured something out. The person who was killed wasn't a person from a novel. It was real. It was I've been talking... This accent is really getting to me. Red fins. Oh, red fins. I was the only character there, a relaxed inspector. Then I started having these thoughts. Was there no better alternative for the victim and the culprit? Geller try to get revenge on me if she's let out of prison? Why did I go through all that just to catch the criminal when no one is rewarded for her being behind bars? Did I really do the right thing? Still, with all that, they're just thoughts. The victim, Houdin, started out as a respectable ringleader. That only changed when Yulia Geller joined the Trump Tower troupe. Houdin took out a loan to buy props for Yulia Geller's performance, but the returns were poor. Houdin started gambling to try to pay off the debts, pay the circus, the debts the circus took on, but the audition took hold. Geller said herself, the blame was all on her. Geller knew that she caused it all, so she was ready to protect Trump Tower at all costs. Then she settled on murder, the worst means possible. Geller continued after that. She said that she was looking for someone to stop her and punish her for her crimes. Perhaps Geller is actually grateful that you solved this crime. Are you serious? No, that last part was a lie. Is that going a little too far? Seriously. If what I said were true, would that give our job some other meaning? That last part was a lie. Not the cake. I hope I get my cake though. No. A detective's job is always the same note. We're here to find the truth. It's not our job to make the world a better place or just to tell right from wrong. We're here to find the truth. If it's something else what you're wanting, use the time you grumble and gripe to get on a plane or whatever, and head back home. However, if you don't know what you want, then stay here. Stay. Find whatever truth may come, and keep on complaining like you are today. After all, there are certain things that just start out that way. Making the world a better place. Telling right from wrong. Maybe you'll find whatever it is you're looking for along the way. Shall we head back to work? We've still got the reports to write up about the case today. Could I stay up here for a little bit longer? It's sort of hazy, but I think I can make it out. I think I can make out the hands on the clock out that way. Unfortunate, really. This place used to be all mine. Are you sad about me taking your place, huh? So no one else has to. Good, just like that. We'll summarize the events as they occurred. I just have to write out like this. Yeah, I think this is all the same, right? Send it to police and refer, yeah. Notes of initial powers. I know. You're catching on. Note. First time I was correct to survive. I apologize for it. Stop. I guess I won't. Okay. Yeah, a hire on you was the right decision. No. Thank you. Congratulations, because you solved the case. Apologies for the late return. Yay! Oh wait, that's different. I guess the chief gets a few things right once in a while. That is only I love. Candles, huh? Okay. Cheers! Bloody terrific. Well, I would never walk it like this. And my mom. Oh, she didn't throw the cake in his face. Oh. All right. Black. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, because you solved the case. We're looking forward to you. Ryan's awkward attempt at singing continued until Dina gave him a quick kick to his shin. If I had to rate it, I'd say the welcome party wrapped letter synthetic taste in my mouth. But just like that, I became an official member of the Man Affairs Division. There's no question that I felt fortunate to be welcomed on as a full-fledged member. I found my place here. But I also found myself thinking that more exhaustingly tedious jobs were just over the horizon. But such ridiculous feelings, they usually turn out to be wrong. They're all orphans, probably. Here's a report. On December 25th, 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder report at the London Bridge, at the London branch of the bureau. The victim's name? Oh shit! Foreshadowing. Oh god, is Redfin's actually dead? Oh god. Return to the case select screen. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. That's a pretty good place to stop off, huh? Oh man. How fun. Okay, let's do what I want to do, actually. Hi. Welcome. So, I talked about this before I started the stream today, but alternative ending, accusing yourself. It was me! I was the murderer! But as I said at the beginning of today's stream, I do want today's stream to be a little bit different. A little bit different than... Or these streams, at least, to be a little bit different. Since I've already played the game, I have things to talk about. And this is just me reflecting. I want to reflect immediately after what we played. So that case is... How do I feel about that? Like that case specifically. I'm going to be completely frank. I had no idea that there was an alternate path. I had no idea. Like I said before, I've played this game before, like I'd say like half a year ago, more than half a year ago, and I thought I knew everything about the game. I do not. But I really like it. I do really like that the brand. I really like the only reason why I'm doing this is because I'm taking notes. The branching routes are cool. I didn't expect it. I just didn't expect it was all. It was really like, that's why I was like, what? Because I already knew, but I was like, this isn't right. I don't remember this. And then they were like, it's over. It's all over. And then Note was like, this isn't right. And then we reached its other ending. Where I'm like, okay, that makes sense. The branching path is cool. It's really cool. Introductions of the characters. You don't get to continue the game? Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I think they want to... Because this game is going to be a series, right? Because this game is going to be a series, I assume that they're going to want, like, a canon path. Like, a canonical path. And having it, like, laid out like that is probably the best way to do it, honestly. I mean, obviously, they could be like, this path is the canon one. Just, like, all good endings. It could be like, I don't know if you played this game before. Spirit Hunter? It could be like that. Spirit Hunter is like that, where you get to continue playing the game even if you like fuck up, and you get like an ending based on how many things you fuck up. But yeah, Branching Paths was cool. The characters, I know a lot more about the characters than maybe some of the people in chat might have. Never heard of Spirit Hunter. It's a horror game. It's a horror game. I kind of say it's kind of like Paranormal Side, actually. Yeah, you can search up Spirit Hunter. I know about all the games already, so it's not something I intend to play. But if you're interested in it, go watch like Manly Badass Heroes playthrough of the 3 games. But yeah, Branching Path is cool. The characters, I obviously know more about the characters than some people do, but I do think this is a really good introduction to all the characters and their like kind of base like personality quirks. You know, Thena is the what's the word? The goofy one, the one that's like constantly joking off. Brian is the calm, cool, straight man, but he's like, you know, he's the type of person to be like tell something. Also, he is a joker, like when he sings congratulations at the end of that last part of the chapter. And then Redfins is like your Mia, basically. She's like Mia. And I think that'll be very fun. I think it's a very fun dynamic, and I think they introduce everybody and they have them all function very well. If there's one person who got the short end of the stick, I do think it is it Brian? It might be Brian. And then Note just kind of exists there as the main character. He's also kind of dense. That's what I kind of like about Note. He's like inherently flawed. But not like I'm an evil man, but more like I just talk dense to people. I'm just trying to kind of straightforward with people, which can be a good thing or a bad thing, but I like to see that there's just like a trait there. So yeah, in terms of the case itself, I do think it's good for a first case. I think there's a lot of twists in it that it kind of like that it takes that's very unexpected. I think if you're coming into this game from like a Phoenix Wright perspective, right? Phoenix Wright or a Danganronpa perspective, you're never gonna expect that ending, right? I think it's very good. I think it's very good at what it does. Other than that, the characters are okay. It was the first chapter, so like the witnesses in it weren't like amazing. They didn't really feel impactful in any way other than Geller herself. I do like Geller as a killer. I do like Geller as a character, as a killer, as someone you want to sympathize with, you know. I think what they said at the end, Redfins and Note, you know, Redfin specifically, like, oh, detectives are here to find the truth, nothing else. I do think that is a true sentiment. Hold up. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh no, how'd you find your way up here? Sorry, I don't know if that did anything bad, but I know it just cut off my music, but got her out. Sorry, I also just had something to deal with in my room. Oh, that's upsetting. I'm gonna deal with this later. I just got jump scared on my desk by a little creature. He has been dealt with. But yeah, I like the introductions. I do like Geller as a killer, like I was saying. Geller is cool, sympathetic, you know. And I think as like a first case for these games, I think first cases in most detective games kind of get like a bad rep. You know, it's supposed to be the tutorial, or like, you know, Phoenix Wright kind of started the trend, and then Danganronpa continued on it, and then like those are 2 games everybody sees. So like, oh, first case sucks, you know. But I think this first case is really good. Because I like Geller. It's mostly because of Geller. I think Geller is a very good character, and I like that they paint the victim as like a bad guy. But it's mostly because of Geller. You thought Redfin was underutilized? That's true. I'm sure she'll be more useful. Like, I know for a fact that we'll have more investigations, and we'll be talking to her more. But yeah, in this case in particular, she felt very not present, right? She's there when you first enter the building. She's there when you're taking the test. She's there when you're investigating the scene. But she's not there for the first half of the interrogation, which is kind of the bulk of that chapter, right? So yeah, it does kind of suck that she wasn't there. She'll be a she'll be very important. Yeah, she was an observer. I don't think she's meant to be smart. I think what they said, like, oh, how we have all these clues and yet we're not able to solve it, right? I don't think not to say that they're dumb, but I don't think I don't think they're like note bright. I think that's what the way they're trying to play it off. None of the supporting characters are smart. I feel like as the game goes on, because I do think that is a case of of first case syndrome, where they all present very obviously a duh points. I think that's just a part of it being the first case. I don't really remember anything about the next. Now that I played through this, I'm like, oh wow, I really don't remember anything about this. But yeah, none of the support characters are dumb or smart, but they are all I think they're funny as fuck. So notes the smart one. Leave all the deducting to note, but the skills they all got that. But yeah, I do like all of them, and that's it when it comes to characters. The world will continue to build. Um, I think this chapter really lays the fundamentals and the groundwork for what kind of city London is in terms of the Stafford case world. I think that's really important. I think it's really really important because, man, does the world start to just happen, you know? So yeah, what can I say? Branching path is cool. Dumb. Wait. Dumb. Shit. Oh my god, I can't say. Fellow detectives are cool. What up? Detectives. Cool. Yeller is cool. The case was emotionally investing. Interesting, I mean, interesting. Are there others? As in, is there other, more detectives? I don't remember. Let me be frank, I don't remember. Other branching path? I have no idea. You want me to be honest? I got no idea. That's the first time I've ever run into something like that. So that was a whole new thing for me. I don't know. I have no idea. If there are, you know what? Should I just try to ball for the bad endings? If I see them, I kind of want to do that now. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, that's just how smart I am. My big brain too smart. I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could prove the wrong thing. That's so interesting. Proving the wrong thing is cool. One more point. I just got the main. No, oh right. I didn't. Yeah, I never got an alternate ending for Disco. I just solve the case. I'm a full player of the game. I'm a full natural man. What can I say? Proving the wrong thing is cool. The case was emotionally interesting. Geller was cool. The fellow detectives are cool. The branching roots are cool. What else about it? The ice bit was funny. Thank you, Thina. Can I just write it? If I like move this up. Thank you. Thank you, Thina. That's my girl right there. Yeah, Thina. I still like Thina. Thina's still my favorite. Ow. I want that ending. But yeah. Ah, gosh. This is the reflection for the day. We're gonna be doing this every stream just because I think it's cool, or because I already played the game and I just want to note the points down just so I know like what I liked about it. Just because I'm using it. I'm gonna use it for later. But yes, back to here. You've all gotten a glimpse of that. Yeah, I want Harry to become a competent. How do I do that? Also, I want my music back. I miss my music back. Music, music. No. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Well, we're not gonna have music for the rest of the time. So I think we're just gonna end the stream here. So thank you. Ow. I smacked my mic. Thank you everybody for watching. Oh man. The cat your cat has started to infect my computer with ransomware. You won't get your computer back until you feed me some fishies. But yes, thank you. I just realized these streams are gonna be so ass on my voice. I haven't done something like this in so long. Yangtze River was voiced too, so I didn't really talk during Yangtze River. Now we can only play. No, is it copyrighted? I have no idea if it's royalty free. Young cat, but yes, yeah. I haven't talked this much in so long, in a long, long time. So my throat hurts. So I'm gonna get out of here. So just go over the schedule again. Next stream will be on Tuesday. What will I be doing on Tuesday? I actually have no idea. Anticipate Fields of Mystria if I don't plan anything, but there might be something interesting happening on Tuesday, or I mean Saturday. Drink water. I am drinking water. No amount of water can soothe this over talking throat of mine. But I appreciate it. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Like I said, Sapphire Case was my favorite game of 2024 for a reason, for very good reasons. I hope you see at least the inklings of why I liked it. Was maybe Ace Attorney? Was it actually? Was it that long ago, Ace Attorney? Well, I'm voicing things now for Alliance Alive, but like Ace Attorney was like its own level of like talking. It might have been Ace Attorney. Yeah. Holy crap. But yeah, that's also the main reason why I'm doing this. I think I want to start practice my voice acting, so deal with it. Yeah. So Saturday, uh Fields of Mystery or something else, something very special that I want to do, or yeah, that's it. And try to give them all voices, different voices. Yeah, I think that's what I think doing that makes playing games like this fun, especially if it's to an audience, right? But yeah, and then the stream after that is gonna be Tuesday. We're gonna try to finish Alliance Alive, and then we're gonna be back here on Thursday. We'll be stuck here for the next like I think probably like 6-7 weeks. I think I'm gonna anticipate 7. So be on the lookout for that. With that being said, that'll be it for me today. I am tired. Wait, does that mean my Does that mean my this music doesn't work either? Okay, how do I have to do the thing. I have to do the thing, don't I? Hold up, give me 1 second. Yeah, you cried during Acro's confession? So sad. No spoilers though. Shh. Even though we talked about a lot. I just realized. Where is it? Where is it? I have to do the thing. I have to do this thing. Where is it? It's part of the acting, but it just came out. Tears streamed down my face. What is the oh, this. Okay. And then this one. Ah, that's so loud. You had done the kiss before without the voice? But then you did it and you're like, oh. Oh. But yes. I think it is time for us to leave. Me to leave. So yeah. Thank you everybody for watching. Next stream on Saturday. Alright. Bye bye. I have a sore throat now. And I'll be having it for the next day. Go do what you gotta do.